Hello! In today's video, we are building an application which, given the prompt, creates a form using AI. A form that can be published, shared, and filled out by others. We'll create an admin dashboard where users can track their forms, create more of them, and see the results to their questions. Inside the dashboard, there will be a settings page where users can view and manage their subscription. If they're, let's say, on a free plan, they can create up to 3 forms before having to upgrade to premium version. And at the end, we'll deploy our application and add analytics to track the usage and custom events. We'll interact with our database using Drizzle ORM. Here's a sneak peek of tables. And here are the types of questions we have inside our forms. Not only text, but you can see there's also radio and select as well. There's a lot of learnings ahead, like implementing authentication, payments, client and server components, layout in Next.js, and we'll even cover some of the new React hooks like useFormState. First functionality, we are going to implement a feature that generates form using AI. We'll have a pop-up which contains text area where users can describe what kind of form survey they're looking for, their audience, and other details. So we collect this information. Once they click submit, we kick in this generate form action that will send a request to OpenAI API to generate the form content. And then the API sends back a response that contains the details of the form. So that's what we'll do first, and then the later parts of the video we are going to parse this content and turn it into an actual form that user can publish and share. Okay, first things first, let's set up our Next.js project, and we can do that by opening the terminal and running the command npx create next app. And I used @latest, which basically takes the latest version of the Next.js, and at the time when I'm filming this video, the latest version is 14, so I recommend you also follow that version because just to make sure that all the code we'll write in this tutorial is compatible and you encounter no issues like this X module doesn't exist or something like that. And once it installs the packages required, we say yes, we name the project. So I'm gonna go with AI Form Builder Tutorial, but the name is completely up to use. So the next step is it's gonna ask some configuration questions, and we are using TypeScript in this tutorial. Also going to select yes for ESLint. ESLint is basically defines a set of rules and good patterns which if we don't follow, VS Code will highlight for us and tell us. So it's good basically for catching errors early. We're using Tailwind CSS, source directory as well, and app router. No for customizing import aliases. Now it's gonna install the dependencies. Once the dependencies are installed, let's navigate to our project, which is CD and the name of the project. We'll install this components library called Shadcn, which provides a collection of components. It's built using Radix and Tailwind CSS, and they're super easy to customize. You can also pick which components you want to have in your project. So initially it won't install like a super large module like other libraries do. And this is the command to run inside our project. And time for configuration on this one. Yes, for TypeScript, I'm gonna go with the default style, and for the base theme from this option, let's do Slate. For location for global CSS file, we're using source folder, so we have to indicate the path. It would be a little bit different than the default, and that would be globals.css. Would you like to use CSS variable? Yes, and we're not using any prefixes. Tailwind config.js is located in the root folder, and components alias, so it would be this components from this library would be saved in this folder and imported using this command that we see here. Same for utils, let's save it in the utils folder, and React server components, we will be using them. Now, if we say yes, it will save the settings that we created in components JSON file in our project. Pick a component and add it. We're gonna go with button. So usually the way it works is there have the options of components that are available, and you select them, and this is the command, and then add followed by the name of the component, and it's gonna install the required code for that. One more step before we jump into coding, and this is an optional one, and you can follow if you want to customize the theme and add some color rather than doing it manually through variables. So let's go over first to ui.shadcn.com/themes, and if we click customize here, we have options we can select. I'm gonna go with Violet and leave all the other options as it is. Once you made your selection, copy the code, so it's going to show up here, and we're going to paste that in the code. I have our project open in VS Code, but you can use ID of your choice, and inside source folder and then app folder is where we have globals.css file. This is where the CSS is defined that applies to any component we create throughout the application. And at the top we have some Tailwind imports. We are gonna select this layer base, the first definition, and we're gonna replace it with the code that we just copied. So that is it. Let's save it. And we can start the application now. Since we're inside VS Code, we're gonna use their terminal, and we run npm run dev. This will start the application on localhost 3000, or if this port is busy, then it will use another port. We can copy the link and paste it into our browser. So we see this default code that comes with the setup of initial creation of the project, and it's inside page.tsx. We can go ahead and remove all this extra code, just leave the main container at the top. Let's go ahead, import the button. That would be from components, UI folder, and name of the component, which is button. And in here we add create form. Save that, and we have the button in the theme color that we picked. So this is a quick look at the folder structure. So we don't have much. This is the components JSON file, which is the configurations that we picked for Shadcn library, and you can take a look, make sure that it matches my selections. Then we have Tailwind configuration file here. Most of these are defined from Shadcn, and if there's like any configuration changes we want to change, that would go here. We have a TypeScript configuration. It defines what kind of modules we're following and other. Alright, we already set up a project and made our first change. Now let's create this pop-up that takes in user prompt for the form. For that, we'll need few UI components like dialog, label, text area. Shadcn already has them, so let's install it. Now let's examine how we can add the dialog. The UI library that we're using does have a dialog, so this is the command npm that I'm going to copy, open a new tab inside terminal, paste that, and in addition to dialog, I need a few other components from the library. Let me make the code bigger, which I'm also going to add them. This would be text area, input, label, and the form. So might as well in one command we can install all of this. We can see here in UI folder that all these files were created for them. And here's the sample code that I'm going to copy and then modify based on what we are looking for. So first we have the import statements at the top, and then the dialog tag and all its elements inside. So let's create a new component inside the app folder. I'm gonna name this form generator since it generates the form, and I'm trying to make it a folder, and then inside there let's create a new file, index.tsx, and once we have more components for this form generator, then we're just going to keep adding in this folder. Let's create a new functional component, rename this index instead would be form generator with a capital F. And here I'll paste at the top the dialog related imports that we need, and inside the form generator I'm gonna update this sample code with the one coming from the dialog. Let's save this, and before I forget, let's import this form generator into our page so we can see the changes real time. So at the top I'm going to import there in the same folder, and instead of this button that I created, I'm going to replace that with form generator to see the changes real time. And now let's go take a look how it looks like. So we have this open button that opens up this dialog with a text in it, and we can close out by clicking X. And we can go back to the form generator component and take a look at the code. So we have it in dialog wrapper around. Inside we have a trigger, that's a button that triggers the dialog, and then we have a content with the header and the description. One more thing I want to add is footer, where the buttons would be located for like submitting the form. So let's do that. It's called dialog footer, and we can do it below the header. I believe it has to be inside the content. This GitHub Copilot is kind of distracting, so I might remove it. So let's add a button variant. I'm going to do link, and this would be for create manually, and I have not imported the button, so let's do that at the top, and I'm going to save this. So if we navigate here, open this, we're going to see, so the link, if you usually hover over, it just underlines this variant, but it acts like a regular button. Now this automatic triggers are happening, but we want to control when it's opening, when it's closing, because when somebody submits the form, we want the model to close. For that, we need to track the state, and to be able to use useStateHook, we need to make this component useClient. That's why at the top of the file, we add this useClient keyword. So now let's create the state. We're going to name state open, and by default, it's going to be set to false because the model or dialog would be closed. After that, we can create a function that is going to open a model, and we're going to pass that to the button. I'm going to name it onFormCreate. It doesn't take in any argument, and it just takes in and sets open to true. All right, let's copy that function name, and we'll remove dialog trigger since it's an automatic trigger. Instead, we'll create a button, and to the onClick, we're going to pass this function that we just created. And let's label this create form. I'm also going to modify the styling for dialog content, and for any of the UI components for Shadcn, we can add tailwind classes. So small, I'm just going to add maximum width, set it to 425 pixels. And I'll update this text for the title, instead change it to create new form. For the description, I will remove the description completely. And now, after doing that, we are ready to create the form. And inside the form, we're going to have two elements, text area and the submit button. So let's wrap them in a div class that's going to be of display grid, and add a gap of 4 in between those grid items and some padding on y-axis. Text area, make sure that at the top it is important. We're going to give this text area an ID. It would be prompt. Actually, I think description would be a better ID. Also name, we're going to keep that as a description as well. Let's make it required and a placeholder. I'm just going to paste in the text that I have for placeholder. And we have to tell dialog when is it open, when is it closed, and we can do that by props that it's taking. It's also called open. So we're going to pass our open state to it, and we also need onOpenChange. So because on some elements, for example, on the close button, it needs to update the state itself. So let's pass setOpen to it. And now if we look at the changes, we see the text area, we see the placeholder, and if I start typing in, the value would get updated and placeholder disappears. Let's close this. Now the time has come for our OpenAI integration. OpenAI has an API and several endpoints. The one we're going to be using is this create chat completion. We have to make a post request to it. And let's change to Node.js, see what it looks like. It does import, they have their own module, but I don't think we would only need one API endpoint, so I don't think it's worth installing the module. So we're just going to make calls to the API. And the messages and module are the required parameters. So just like you talk to a ChatGPT, you can also make the same request to API and get the results back. And let's examine what results look like. It comes with the choices array, and content is what we'll be needing. We'll be taking that and parsing. So first, to use the API, we need to create an API key. So if you go to platform.openai.com, the left-hand side, you're going to select API keys, and you can create a new one, give it a name of the project so that you remember once you browse that. And once you click the create secret key, it will print out on the screen the value for it, which we need to copy and that in our project. So where we store sensitive information environment variables is inside .env file. So I'm going to go ahead and create that file at the root of the project. So new file .env. And now here we can create a variable, and I'm going to name it OpenAI API key, and I'll paste my value in here. Once you save that, don't forget to navigate to git ignore, which is also in the root of your project, and add that env file here. So what it does is basically if you're pushing to git, it will ignore this specific file since it's sensitive information and you don't want your API keys to end up on GitHub. So you stay safe from others using your OpenAI account. Now we'll create a function that we'll call the OpenAI API, a function that runs on server in Next.js world. It's called server action, and that's why I'm going to create a separate folder for all the actions, and here I'm going to create a file. I'll name my action generate form. And the reason we're making this call on the server is because we're interacting with the API, and to mark an action as a server one, we at the top of the file use the keywords use server, and server actions can be imported client or server components. We're also going to import revalidate path from next cache and Z from Zod module. Schema validation, and when we install Shadcn UI, it usually comes with Zod, but if you don't have it, you can install using npm install. Now let's create a function. It's going to be a regular async function. And we'll give it a name same as the file name is what I usually do. And let's decide what our arguments are going to be. And one thing to consider before we do that is that this action is going to be a form action. We're going to call it when user submits a form, which we have one field currently, the text area where they input the prompt, right? So because this is a form action, it can take in the form data and also the previous state. So we can define previous state. We can only just give it a message. It would be of type a string. And we can also, as I mentioned, take in form data, which would be of type form data. That type is a built-in for HTML input elements, and we don't have to define that anymore. So once we have the types, now we can create a schema. Schema defines using Z from Zod module what kind of object we're looking for. We only have one field in the form, as I mentioned, which is description. So we create the object using z.object, we give it the field, and we define what type this field is, if there's any requirements, for example, maximum number of elements. Let's just do minimum 1, so it should contain at least 1 character. Now that we have the schema, we can access the description field within the form data that was passed on, and we can check against the schema if it matches. So that would be what safe parse is doing. So description, if it's form data that get the description. We get the field from form data by matching the name of the field. So if it's not successful, we're gonna console log what the error is, and we're gonna return a message that says failed to string parse data, so that we know what's going on the UI client side. Okay, then if the parsing is successful, So we take the data from parse, which could be accessed by parse.data, and we try to make an API call afterwards. So let's write a try catch block. Inside here, we create a constant response, and using fetch, which we pass API URL of the OpenAI. So I'm gonna paste that in here. And as a second argument, it would be object that defines headers, where we indicate content type, application JSON, and also authorization. Here we have to indicate our OpenAI API key, and we access environment variables using process.env. But before that, it's a good practice to check also if we have not forgotten to set the OpenAI API key. If that's the case, then we return a message that the key was not found. Okay, so now we have that, and not to get the TypeScript error, I'm gonna check if it exists, and the method, as I mentioned from the documentation, would be post. Now, as a body, we stringify the data we have, but also model is required. So for this one, I'm picking GPT 3.5 Turbo, and the format that they're taking is messages. So we're gonna create an array of messages. So for first one, it would be role of the system. And as a content, we paste in what user has described. But we can also add additional description so that we get the response and reply in the format that we want. Let's add a catch to this API call and return a message that if it doesn't succeed, fail to create form. And once we get the result, we have to take the JSON of it. And finally, we're going to revalidate path and return the result, which would be in format message success, and data would be, we're going to pass this JSON. Now to this data description that's coming from the user, let's add our description of what we're looking for in the response. So I'm going to create a new variable prompt explanation, and I'm going to paste the tags that I've tried and tested many times before. So we're asking the API call to return a response in a JSON format, and we're defining exactly what fields we're looking for, what types of fields should they be. If it's certain types, then it should come with like options. For example, if it's a multiple, you can select multiple options, what those options are, and what kind of questions we have overall. And then what you see on the screen, that would be the type that's coming back. So I'll take what user described, and then after that, I'll describe in what format the form comes back. So then we can take it, use the objects, and create UI components, and later on save it into our database. So let's create using template literals, first data description, then the prompt explanation. Now the function is ready, our server action, and you can import it into our form. Okay, I'm just gonna close the extra tabs, and let's go back to the form generator and add the import statement below our other imports. Thing to note that, I think I used not the default one. So every time I want to import an action, I don't want to count how many files I have to go back and come back. So I'd rather use this import alias like @actions and then the action name. That would be way easier. But because actions is in the app folder, it's not configured, and we can configure it by going to tsconfig.json, where we see this path and then /. So for now, anything from source folder is accessed by @, but we can also add app folder inside source folder, everything from there to be also accessed in that way. So if we save that, now it's not giving us error anymore, which is great. And next thing we want to do is we want to import the hooks from React, which would be useFormState and useFormStatus. This will help us get the form information from the form and pass it to our action. So first we're gonna work with useFormStatus. The only thing with useFormStatus is useFormStatus returns the status of the form when it's submitted, so if it's pending, if it's been successfully completed or not. And we'll create a new component for submit button, which needs to access this pending state so that we know when to disable it if it's in progress already. And this useForm status has to be a component, child component of where useForm state is defined. That's why we created a separate component for submit button. So if the state is pending, we're going to say generating, like update the text. And if not, we're going to keep the text of the button generate. Same thing for disable, it's going to be disabled if status is pending. And if not, we just keep the type as submit and we let users submit their form. Okay, so let me close at the closing bracket, and in form generate, which would be the parent component, here we can use this useForm state. So we have two parts, state and form action, and define useForm state. First, we're going to pass an action that's going to happen when user submits form, in our case the generate form, and second is initial state, which we have yet to define. This is just before the form is even touched and updated by the user, the state of what's being passed to the action. So yeah, let's define that form. We can do it somewhere above our component, so I'm just going to copy the name of this one, and over here create a new state. We have to also like define the type, so we'll have a message string that would be a required field, and then data that would be an optional field, and by default the message would be empty because we don't have either error or success, it's just no message. Okay, so going back to our form generator, we can pass it to its prop as an action, form action, so useForm state knows which form it's working with, and when action on submit generate form is called, the data that's coming back from generate form, that would be stored in the state and it would get updated. And we have yet to add a submit button, which I'm gonna do somewhere in the footer right next to where we have a create manually button option. And now let's watch the changes using useEffect hook for the state, which is once again the data coming back from when the form is submitted. So in useEffect, if like the message is successful, then we can take an action to begin with, like just close the model out because we have the data. So let's do if state.message equals to success, set open to false. And we also have to, when defining useEffect, pass a dependency. In this case would be state message. So we want this useEffect triggered every time the message changes. So yeah, pass that in the array, and let's also console log the state, see what it's looking like and what other fields inside the data we have, which is coming from OpenAI. And one thing I have to update is submit button. I didn't realize that it's not part of the form, so it won't be triggering the submit action for the form. So let's make sure we put form after the submit button form closing tag. And now we're ready to test it out. I'm gonna keep the console open so you guys can see the updates as we're getting. So once I click create form, I'm gonna describe the form that I'm looking for. Let's do something like form for developers. So once we click generate, we see the button is updating. It's making an API call, and we have the data back. If we can examine here, we have the ID, and this is the choices that we're looking for mainly, that contains the information in the form of messages. And we have, this is the JSON. If I double click on it, I can see it in the JSON format. So, yep, here we have. So we have a questions array, and then every element has a text, which is text of the question, then a type, what type of question it is, and some of them even have the field options that users can select. Now let's add authentication. We're going to use Next-auth for that, and after we'll update so that only authenticated users are able to generate the forms. And before we add authorized access to our creating forms functionality, I will explain how the authentication will work. We're gonna have sign in, sign up functionality for users. As a provider, we are going to use Google, but the way I'll sign up, you can configure to have any provider. You can connect it to maybe Apple ID, email, send an email link, or other list of options, and I'll show you guys how to browse them. And we'll also afterwards create a database with a users table. We're going to have more fields than that. And when we create an adapter that would connect, so when a user would sign up, it would create a record, and it will also save other additional information about users. So we keep track of our users and we know who they are. Use this npm command to install the Next-auth module. After it's installed, we'll navigate to source folder and create a file named auth.ts. So inside the file, we export Next-auth function and we add the configuration for a provider, which dictates how users can log in, whether it's an email or using social accounts. Using this case, I'm configuring Google provider, so I'll update the import instead to Google. And next up, I'll update the providers array for the Next-auth function. Google provider does take in an object as an argument that has two fields, client ID and client secret. The values for these fields should be stored as an environment variables, as it is sensitive information, so let's pass that. And to the exports, let's also add sign in and sign out functions. More on this later. To add environment variables, that would go inside your .env file and paste the definitions using variable names we used in this auth file. So we're going to need only two values, Google client ID and Google client secret, and make sure the spelling has to match the one in auth.ts. And as I mentioned, there are other providers. I'm trying to show you guys the list of all the providers or like login methods that you can provide using Next-auth. But the website seems to be the search overlay not working. Okay, let me just select from the menu. So these are all the other ways that your users can log in. And if you click a single one of them, it will show you the import method that you can use at the top, and also a field that you have to add inside providers array. So you can configure using this method any provider, and afterwards once you configure them, all the other code for authentication, like functions we'll use for signing sign out, will be the same. So if I want to add another, for example, Apple provider, I'm just going to add an import at the top, and in the providers array, I'll add a value like I'm doing now in this case. And this was just for reference, so I'm going to clear that out. So we have defined environment variables in our .env file. Now let's get the values for them, and I'm navigated for console.cloud.google where I'll create those credentials. So click on new project and give it a name. Then we're going to click create. And once it's first loading, so make sure you have that new project selected just in case you have other projects, and we have to wait until it finishes creating. So now it's done. I'm going to select it. I'm going to navigate from the left menu, left sidebar to credentials, and here create credentials. We'll select auth client ID. And then sometimes it asks us to configure a consent screen. If it needs you to, then this pop-up will appear. Click on that, and for user type, let's select external, which means it's anyone with Google account can log in. And here it will ask you information like the name and the email of developer, and it'll show up on the right side when there's a login page for Google. You know, when you ask it for permission and which account to log in. So I'm gonna fill that out, save, and then on the second script for scope, I'm not gonna change anything, save and continue. So once we have this auth consent screen, we can click back to the dashboard, and on the dashboard, we can select the credentials one more time, create credentials, auth client ID. Here we select application type, which is web application, and you can modify the name if you want. And this is the important part, so make sure you don't miss it, that in authorized redirect URLs, you have to pass in the localhost and then the /API callback Google. And I think I have an extra space. Let me remove that and create. And this URL would be different once you deploy it. So let's copy the client and the secret ID that it gives us on the screen. Now I'm ready to go back to the project. And I'll paste these values inside that env file. And one more variable that we need is this auth secret. And even in the old documentations, this was not part of the setup documentation. For some reason, they only added, and if you set it up Next-auth without the secret, it actually throws an error. So it is in errors, like debugging part, where you generate it, add that variable to your environment variables. In the old version, we had to also configure it to pass it to the Next-auth. Right now, the module would, if you have it in environment variables and if you name it auth secret, the module would automatically read from your file. There's two ways of generating. You can do it online, or you can copy this command right in your terminal, which is what I'm going to do, and it will return a value for me, which I'm going to copy and then take it to my environment variables, create a new secret with the name auth secret, and paste that in. All right, now we need to create an API route, which our functions would later use to call that API, and that would be inside app folder. We should name it API for any API routes. That's the Next.js way. And here I'll create a new folder for auth and another folder which is Next-auth in array. This is how Next-auth module, the route that also would read, so you should follow this like very same names. And to create the API route, we use route.rts. And in here, I'm gonna port the methods get and post from the auth file that we have created. Variable names are incorrect. I don't have get and post exported from auth, it's just a handler. So we can go back to the auth file, and in handlers, we can do a destructuring to just extract get and post specifically. Now, if we save that, go back to our route file and update the import path, then now it should be working. So that would be it for our API route. And to test that very API route, we can navigate to the browser, and after the localhost URL, we can type API route auth and sign in. That should redirect us to sign in page. With Google, we click on that, select your account that you want to sign in with, and it should redirect back to the index page. Okay, now that we have API route, let's put our authentication functions and information into our component. So in my components folder, I'll create a new file for header and create a functional component. There's two types of component, server and client, and we'll go over how to use Next-auth in both of them. First one, this is server component. So we import auth, sign in and sign out functions. For server components, this directly comes from the auth file that we created. I'm also going to import a button, and after the button, let's do also import image, because I want to display the Google profile photo in the header of the user. So that would be image from next image, and we also need a link for when we will create a button for signing. Okay, since we have that, first thing, let's access the session information, create new constant session, and it would be await and this auth function. But since we have await, we have to make this function async. So let's do that at the top, and we can take a peek at the session by console logging it. So let's do. Now we're ready to update what we have inside the header return statement. So I'm gonna update this div, turn it into a header, and inside header I'll add a nav tag where first we're gonna have the name of the application or your logo on the left side and then buttons on the right side. So creating a new div, I'll just put the text inside h1 as a logo, and then I'll create another div, and here this div would be conditional and we would need to access session information because we're displaying different things if user is logged in, right? So we do session user, that means that user exists. In that case, we create the div, and if the user is not logged in, then we display a link to the login page, so API auth sign in. And we close this link tag, and inside here let's add a button that says sign in. So, and then if user is already signed in, let's just display their name, so session.username. Once we save that, let's import into our main page in page.tsx. So I'm going to import the header, and I think it's not it's an export default, so let's update that. And above the main section, I'm gonna add header and wrap this whole thing in a fragment. If we go back to our application, we're going to see the text that we added and sign in button as not signed into the application. Now let's go back to our header file and add a sign out button. For that, we need to create a separate component, and I'm going to do that inside the same file since it's a pretty small component. So function sign out, and it will return a form with a button, and inside the form we're gonna pass in an action. I'll define action right here as well, since it would be a server action, so it's async component, and the server actions we mark them as use server keyword, and after call await and sign out from the Next-auth. So once I have that inside the form, I'm adding a button, and type would be submit. So when it's clicked, this form action would be triggered and sign out would happen. So now I'm going to remove inside the div, instead of showing the name, I'm just going to show sign out button. So let's save that and add some styling for the header. It would be some border that will only show up at the bottom, and for the nav, let's do class name background white. Also update the border color, add some paddings on X and Y axis. Okay, that looks better. And I'm gonna make the div inside flex, flex wrap, and justify between with centering items and margin, setting it to auto so the items display spread apart, like that. Okay. Let's also update the variant of the sign-in, make it link, so that will change the styling. Next up, I want to display the profile image of the Google account that user has, but since the URL of the image, we do have that as a part of session information, but to display image from another website, we need to configure in Next.js. So going to next.config.js, follow the updates as images, then remote patterns. So for protocol HTTPS, then for hostname, we're gonna pass the hostname that Google uses, like the URL of it. Port would be string, so the path name would be this A and stars. And then this I followed after examining the image URL. So once we have that configured, now we can create an image and pass that user image as a source. So I'll make it right next to the sign out button, image source equals to session user.image. We have to also add the alt text, which would be just the user.name. Width and height are required. I'm going to do 32 for both of them, and for class name I'll do rounded full. As I'm using Tailwind, it would make this turn into a circle. And let's also check that username and user image is available. In that case, we'll display the image. And oh, the sign out, I accidentally removed it, so let me put it back. Okay, I'm gonna sign in right now with Google, and now that I'm signing, I see both of them. Let me also update the class name, make this div flags and item center so they show up side by side. Okay, so that's what we have for our image and sign out, as well as for the sign in buttons. If we want to examine what other fields are part of session, we did this console log, so you can check that in the terminal. So we're doing it in terminal, not in the browser, since this is a server component, so console would show up here for that one. And you can see the pattern of the image URL that we defined in our Next config. Otherwise, if we just try to call the image in the new version of Next, it would throw an error. Now let's go inside the form generation, which, so when user clicks here, we're gonna check if they're logged in or not, and inside index.tsx, as you know, this is client component. And here, if I wanted to get session information, I'm going to import the use session hook instead from Next-auth React. Also, I'm going to do sign-in function, and yeah, so it will be Next-auth / React, which comes once we install the Next-auth library. And inside my component here, at the start of the definition of component, I'm going to create a new session variable, and I will call this use session hook. So when there's changes made to the session, this hook gets updated, and we can examine also the information about the session. I'm going to do another console log session. This time it should show up in the browser. But before we test that, if we want to use session hook, we need to make sure that component is wrapped inside, it lives inside provider. So for example, here I'm going to go back to the page, and we have a header, that server component we created, and form generator is the client component. So what I'm going to do is I can wrap my whole application inside this Next-auth provider, or I can only pick the client components that I need to access this use session hook. So let me import this session provider at the top, and it's also coming from Next-auth React. So let's add that session provider outside of the component, save that. And now if I go back to my client component and save the changes, in here in the browser, let's examine our console, and we can expand on the object, which is session object, and we have this information coming in from console log. And I also imported at the top sign-in function. Let's say I want to restrict some functionalities to only signed in users, and I want to check that. We can do that using if statement, and we either check if user data that session data that user exists, or if the status equals to authenticated. So if that is true, then I'm going to continue with the functionality, open a model. But if not, then we can redirect them to the sign-in page. So I'm going to move this code over here, and in else statement here, I'm going to do sign out, and yeah, it's sign in. And yeah, we imported that from Next-auth React module, and let's test it out. I'm gonna go back to the application, and I'm gonna sign out first, so that when I try to do this on sign in, it will redirect me to the sign in page. Now that we have built out an authentication and the functionality to generate the forms, we need a database to store this information. First, about the user and the forms that they generate, and we also need a way to interact with the database. As for the way to interact with the database, we are going to use this TypeScript ORM. It's called Drizzle. It's a very lightweight, and it's known to have good performance over other ORMs, and also you can deploy edge functions on it. And the database that we are going to connect is going to be Supabase. So if you don't already have an account in the Supabase, you can go ahead on their website and create an account. By the end of this chapter, this is what our database is going to look like. So we're going to have several tables to handle and save authentication information, starting with the user, Then we have a session that comes with a token and then the time when it expires. So when session expires, user is automatically logged out from our website, and also a count that also has a relation to session and user, and finally verification token, which is coming from the provider, in our case Google. Now navigate to your dashboard of inside Supabase, and we're going to create a new project, give it a name. Suggest generating a password, and then you can copy it and save it in your password manager. And let's click create new project. Once it is done creating a new project, on the left hand side we're going to navigate to project settings. Inside here, select database, and where we see connection string URI, we are going to go ahead and copy this string. Come back to our project. I'm going to extend it, and let's save it as our environment variables. I'm going to name this database URL, and that equals to, so in here you have to change this instead with your password. So I'm going to paste mine. Created a database. Now we have to do two things. First, we can connect our Next-auth to Drizzle. That would require additional setup, which comes in form of an adapter. And second, we have to connect the Drizzle ORM setup so that it takes request and it's interacting with our database. So Next-auth to Drizzle, Drizzle to Supabase. So on Next-auth page, we have this guide to how to set up an adapter, what to install, and also in what format we have to create our tables in. And also I forgot to mention the database that we are creating is Postgres database. Let's first get started by creating, downloading, installing. So while that is installing, we can update the configuration of Next-auth. So I'm gonna navigate to our route file. Actually, this is in the older setup. In the new version, we have this configuration saved in auth.ts. And in here, first let's import Drizzle adapter at the top. And we have to import schema, which we're gonna create right after making changes to this one, and pass this as well. For the schema, I'm actually going to create a new folder inside the source folder that would be for all database related files, and create a new file. Let's name it schema.typescript. In here, we can copy this setup that includes creating the three tables that I just showed on the visualizer. So sessions, verification tokens, and users. As for just in Drizzle, we create tables using importing PG table because it's Postgres. And then the types of, when we're defining fields, we indicate the name of the field and then type of the field. And we're gonna have also other setup, for example, like it's like required type, and it's used as a primary key. Then after that, this is how also we, for example, define relations, but we can get more into that once we create other tables, for example, for forms and a question. So for now, let's save that. Go back to auth.ts, update this import because we did it from the DB file. And to be able to create this DB instance that we can pass it to adapter comes the second part that I mentioned, where we have to connect Drizzle to our Supabase database URL string that we saved in our environment variables. That's what's gonna help us. So inside DB, I'm gonna create another file, name it index.ts. Here first at the top, we need to import, and we are using Postgres.js. After that, let's import Postgres. It seems like we have not installed the Postgres, so let's do that. npm install. And finally, import the schema, which defines our tables and setup. Now we're creating a new variable connection string, and that would equal to process.env database URL. And we'll create a new object client, and that equals to instance of a Postgres, which takes in connection string as an argument. And finally, we are going to export constant database that equals to Drizzle. And as a first argument, it's taking in this client, and we're gonna pass a schema object as a second. And as for connection string, because it doesn't know for sure that this environment variable is defined, that's why we're getting an error. But if we give it an alternative, then the error should go away. Let's save this. Let's update and import this from db index, be like this. I'm gonna save that. We have an index file, we have schema file, so that creates a connection between Drizzle and auth. And finally, we need a Drizzle configuration file, which I'm going to create at the root of the project. So new file, Drizzle config.ts, and the configuration would be following. We're going to import type of configuration from Drizzle kit, and then we'll define schema. We'll pass it the path to the schema and where it's supposed to generate the output. So it'll create a new folder, Drizzle. So then definition, which driver we're using, which is PG, and then the credentials. Here, once again, we can say if it doesn't exist, let's do like a local string, and then definition of type. So we're using satisfies config. Let's save that. And after making changes to the schema, which was adding tables, we went from having no tables to having, I think, 3 or 4 of them. But these changes need to be pushed to the database. And the way we do that is by the push command from Drizzle. But when I run this, so the command is npx drizzle kit push pg, I get this error that transforming constant to configure target environment ES5 is not supported yet. So it looks most likely an issue from the way we're defining, so ES5 environment not being supported. So what I did to resolve this issue is that in tsconfig file, here target we have ES5. Since it's not supported, I change it to 2017. Then if we save this, close this out and try again, it says changes applied. Now how can we confirm that changes have indeed applied? We can always go to database inside of Supabase and inside table editor. Now we're going to see for tables, but of course their data would be row, but browsing data in Supabase is pretty simple. Once I authenticate right now, information would be here added as the rows, and the columns are the fields of the table. Now let's test out the connection between Next-auth and Drizzle. So if I say sign in here, it should create a new row in our account table here, and you can see it indicates the provider Google. It created a new user with filling in these fields. So yeah, that way we can track our users, but as I mentioned, we also need a way to track the forms they have created. So when they log in, they can see their forms, modify, they can see the results. So for that, we're going to create, as a next steps, forms table. Starting with the forms, we are going to create 2 more tables. One would be the questions, and another one would hold the options information. For example, let's say if the question is, do you have any experience with Python? The option could be yes or no. So for the forms, first we're going to add an ID, so serial ID, and this would be the primary key, so our unique identifier. Next, we can give it a name. I'm gonna do name, description of type text, and User ID, for this we are going to create a relation, but for relations we create a separate variable, which I'm going to do after I'm done with creating the tables. And serial is red because we need to import that from Drizzle or package. Okay, I'm gonna add one more field here, so that would be if it's published or not. User would have the option to select true or false for this, and make sure to also add boolean at the top of your imports. Next table, export constant questions, that equals to PG table questions. ID would also be type of serial. Then we have the text of the question. So this field will determine what kind of question it is, specifically what kind of answer it takes. Is it a checkbox, multiple select, radio, or other options? And we can define the options using enum, so it would only allow certain values for this. So export constant, I'll name it form elements, and that equals to also using Drizzle PG enum, we give it a name. This will be field type, and let's pass the array of all the values that are available and also import this enum here. So pasting all the values we have except for the checkbox, radio, select, input, text area, or switch. And in here we are going to take the name of this and pass it in the field type, so it gives us the array as an option. And then we need one more field, form ID. We need to know this would be of type integer and which form does this belong to. And finally, field options, ID, text, also value, and the question ID, because this would be based on the question. So text would be what would be displayed on the form, and value would be what value it's given. So for example, if there's any calculations that's needed on form, it could say 1, but the value could actually be the number 1. Okay, now we need to create the relations between this table starting from the forms. It would have a relation to the questions. So for this one, we use relations object, which we also have to import from Drizzle. And then we pass as a first argument, the table that we want to define relations on. And then we pass the callback for the relations. So first I will pass both many and 1. And for the relations, we have to separately import that from Drizzle ORM. And first relation, we are going to have questions. So this is many to one relation. So one form can have many questions, but question only has one form. And then we have user, which is one to many relations. So form is created only by one user. So if we first pass the table that we're making connection to, and then we define how does this connection work. So it would connect on field, and it would be forms.user ID, because we have created this variable here to store that. And as a reference, it would take in users.id, since that is what's unique if we take a look at the users table. And it should be fields. That's it for forms relations. Now let's move on to questions relations. In this case, we also need one to many. So first relation we're defining is with the form, and question belongs to one form. Fields would be questions.form ID, and it would reference the ID on the form. And the second relation is for field options, and we might have many field options. So for example, yes, no, maybe, to answer to a question. And finally, we need to indicate that field option belongs to question. So let's say in Drizzle, you have to define relationship in both ways. So if we just leave this like this, it's not going to infer field options relations. We have to also specifically define that field option belongs to a question. So let's do that. Let's see if it gives us the correct suggestion. Field options as the first argument. Second argument, we have 1. And relation to the question, we have 1 questions. Field would be field options dot question ID. And then reference would be ID on the question itself. All right, I think that looks good. We can save this. Push our changes. Let's take a look at our table. So we have questions, forms, and field options. So if we go to database and schema visualizer, we are going to have something like this. Oops. So there's forms, there's questions, and then there's field options. And if we go to the table, let's say forms table, we are going to see that we can insert a row here. For example, name, form number 1, description, published false, and I'm gonna save this. Now let's fetch this data from our application side, and we're also gonna learn how to write a simple query just to fetch all for our forms table. So I'm going to go back to our and let's just display the forms on our index page. So going to navigate to our page file, and in here we can make home an async function, and we need to import db to run the query from, and we have to also pass the schema or just the forms table from the schema async, and we're gonna add await constant forms equals await db.query, that name of the table, and we call find menu on it. First, let's just console log forms, make sure they're coming in. So it should be inside your terminal console. I'm gonna save this. It's gonna reload the page, and inside we do get this 1 element in our array. Let's create a new component to display the forms, and for that we can utilize a card from, and let's install the code for this. And I'm going to create a new folder for all the forms related stuff, forms, and a new component file here. Let's name it forms list. So the props here would be, we're going to take a list of forms, but we need the type for the forms, and that type we can infer from Drizzle package. So let's create type form, and that equals to infer select model type of forms, and we need to import first the forms from our DB, and the infer select model comes from Drizzle ORM. Right now we have created this type. We can define this and indicate that forms is an array of the type form, and we'll import what we need for the card from Shadcn, which has already been added, as you can see here, after I ran the install command, and it comes with card, content, description, footer, header, and title. I also import a button and a link, which would go as like a footer of the card. And okay, let's take now the forms that we have and display them in the grid. So that would be forms.map, and we're going to take form that would be of type form and return it inside of the card, and it's props.forms, not just forms. So we're going to map that out, but also let's define start adding fields to the card. So for key, because form ID is unique, we can use that as a key here. Next, we're gonna have card header. Inside, we can use the name of the form as a card title, so that would be form.name. And the description after description. So I'm going to make this bigger so you can see better. Finally, we have footer, and as I mentioned, I'm gonna add that button in here. Let's first create a link. Class name I will do with full, and href would be forms ID. Actually, we're gonna create the path for this. Maybe it will be like add something like forms, edit, and then form ID. Let's close out the link and add a button that says view. As for the class name, I'm gonna do this one as with full as well. So I think that should be it. Now, if we go back to, I'm gonna go back to the page, import forms. I think it's export default. Forms list, and below the forms generation, we can pass the forms that we fetched to the forms list. Let's save that. See if we have, oh, and then you can see the card displayed here. And I'll add a grid on it, so in case we have more cards, we are going to display this in a grid so it looks better. Grid. Let's define columns 1, and on medium, so on larger screens, we're gonna have 3 columns, some margin, some padding, and a gap. And for this one, I'm gonna define max width just in case the name is too long of a form, so it doesn't go over. Let's save that. I believe I have justify between in here. That's why it's displaying it below, but I'm going to remove that. Moving on to the functionality where when we click create form, pass in the prompt, and the form is created from the data is coming from OpenAI. Let's save that to our database. For that, we will need a server action to run the mutation on the database. So I'm gonna create a new file. I'll do mutate form, mark it as use server. As for like the mutation, we already took a look how to run a query, find data using Drizzle, and now we're gonna we'll use insert from Drizzle to do so. Okay, import db, that we'll need forms table. We are also going to create questions, so I'm going to import them as db questions, and field options from schema. And we also need auth because, as you remember, inside our schema for the forms we have a user ID. So the data would be of type form, except it's not going to have any IDs, and we'll construct that form after writing the functionality. So let's get user ID. That would be session equals to await auth. All right, how do we insert form? That would be constant new form await db dot insert. Here we pass the table name that we want to make insertion in, and then comes the values. So values would be this all 3 that we have, name, description. So questions is an array, so we can't directly pass the questions. We can pass the user ID and description, and we can also indicate in this insert what do we want it to return. That is using returning. We can return everything, but we don't need everything. We just need an ID, so that's why I'm gonna call it inserted ID, and it would be forms.id. And then the returning is also in a form of an array from our insert. So it would be new form, first element of the array because we're creating only one form, and then inserted ID, which is ID of that form. Instead, that will be stored in here. So the other steps is This one just creates a form, but we have to also attach the answers to the form, and for each answer we need to attach the option. Before we add the logic in here, so to do add questions and options, let's test out this functionality, and one more change is published by default would be false until user selects that they want to publish it. So let's save this, go to the generate form, because this will directly happen once we get the data back from OpenAI. So I'm going to import save form from mutate form, and once we have, so are we returning anything? Form ID. Await save form. So as a questions, we're gonna pass the questions coming from OpenAI, but first we need to do some parsing. So the format of what they're returning is choices array. So we'll take the first choice, and then we'll take the message and the content of the message. And as you recall, this is coming back as a string. So what we need to do is we can do JSON.parse. So API response is always string, convert into an object, and we can console log TB form ID. We can also console log the OpenAI response just to double check that this format is correct. I'm going to save this. I'm going to have okay, as you can see, the form got created. It has the name testing save form and a description, so that was successful. And if we go to the terminal, first we see the return response from an OpenAI. Then we see our form ID, which is 2, and the new object created in our database table. So this is fetching it back. Now that we are saving forms, creating new form in the database, and saving some metadata like name and description, we're also passing the questions, but questions are not getting created yet, and we can add that, as we mentioned, in the save form function inside our actions folder. And first we are going to prepare and create an array of objects that would be added to our database. So I'll name them new questions, and that equals to data, the questions that is coming in as an argument, and let's map them out. In here, I'm going to return text as the question has, also because we have return statement, this would not run unless we move this return statement. Anyway, so text of the question, we want question text. Field type would be question field type. As for the field options field, that would also come from question information. But one thing that we would add to this question coming in as an argument would be form ID, because we just created the form. So we just found out what the ID is. And I think that should be it for the new questions. Now, since we are adding multiple items into the database, so kind of like a bulk update, it's best for us to use and more efficient a transaction. To do transactions in Drizzle, we use await db and then transactions like this, and then we pass in a function that we want to run. So in this case, it's an async function. We're going to go through all the questions. So for constant question of new. So let's take the first item of the return, and it's question ID. Let's do await. Then transaction, and here, as we did before, we're going to do an insert statement. So into the database that the table name that we imported from the schema, we are going to add a value of question that we're mapping out, and then we determine what is returning, and for that we're name the field question ID, and it would be the field ID from TP questions table. All right, and then we can check if also the question has a field option. Then if they do, we have to create a new item in our database for that as well. So if question.field options, so if the length of the array is more than 0, then we do another insert. So this time it would be in field options table. And we can also, inside the values here, pass an array. It's totally fine. So the array would be question field options, and we're gonna map out every field option. For the text, it's gonna take in option the text value, and then the question ID, we need the ID coming from database of the question that we just created, so the relationship is mapped correctly. And we can leave return statement as form ID. That is totally fine. Let's save this, and one thing we have to update is that the data questions is coming back as an object that contains field questions. So we can either do this, or maybe we can take, I guess this is the better option. Let's remove this from here. Go inside generate form, where we are calling save form, and when this is coming back, we can access the field questions instead. So I'm going to save this changes, and let's generate a form. And then for examining data, we don't always have to go to Supabase. We can also use Studio from Drizzle. I think that would be a better option, and looks like I don't have, it requires us to install PG. Oh, let's see. All right, let's do that first. Now, if we try to run it, it's npx drizzle kit studio, and it should give us the URL where it's running. Let's open it and examine our data. So if we go to the questions, we can see that 2 questions are created, and this was from the last form. I made a form about about C++, so what is your proficiency level, and then which courses are you currently taking, and it maps out to field options. These are the options with the text and the values inside. This is nice. We have questions and the options for the answers generated by AI dynamically stored into our database, and two more fields that, based on the form, that are not dynamic. As you can see, I have hard-coded here are the name and the description of the form. So let's also make AI generate that, and for that we just need to ask where the prompt, we pass the prompt to also return the field's name and description. So that would be in the same file on the prompt explanation with questions array, where every, let's see, 3 fields name, let's do string, description, also string, and a questions array. I'm gonna save this, and also for the response, let's do save response here. I am going to copy this. Oh, we already declared response, I guess. Response object, and we can take this. All right, I'm gonna save this, and the name and the description was actually part of the question. So let me modify and say survey. Let's specify that it's an object. try again now, it actually follows what we want. So it returns back the name, generates a description, and also the question. So that's the one that it just generated, speaking of application form. And we can double check that the questions also are coming in. So yeah, here's the full name, description, and all the other questions belong to the latest form. And one thing left for our generate function form is to define the types of the data that we're passing in. And I probably should have done this before finishing writing the function. But let's follow the similar example as we did for the query where we use this like infer model. In case for when we're doing an insert, we're gonna use infer insert model. So that omits all the IDs that and primary keys that are generated on the Drizzle side because we don't have to pass that. And to insert, let's first import that at the top. So it would be import infer insert model from Drizzle ORM. All right, let's create types. So form type would be type of forms. Then we are going to have a question and field option. Type. And we are going to add questions that is going to be an array, and it's going to have all the questions from the field. In addition to that, it's going to have another field that is field options that will come with this field option type of an array. And we can take this. All right, so now you can see that before we had red lines on the question, also for the option. Now if we hover up, because we haven't defined types, but since we know what type this data is and we have defined all the fields, it will know, for example, what type option is and question and so on. So back to our form generator, instead of just closing the model, we can close the model, but as well redirect the user. So first we need to import the redirect from Next Navigation and do that here, and that would be forms. Edit, and we are returning a form ID as a result. So I'm gonna put form ID in data. Okay, so once we have that coming in on our client side, it will be state data and form ID. All right, let's save this. So this approach works. It does redirect us to a page, the correct URL, but because we haven't created a page, it tells us that this page couldn't be found. Even though this works, when I took a better look at the documentation, it does say that we can use it in a client component, but it has to be through a server action. So I don't want this throwing any errors later on, and we might have to create inside the actions, new action similar to this. So I'm just going to copy that. I'll name this new file, navigate to form. Let's paste this, and we are not going to get data ID, we're just going to get an ID that would be a number. Let's see, if the ID is serial, it's probably going to be a number. Forms, edit, and just the ID. All right, now we got redirected to this one. Let's create a new page, and as you notice that we would need to also have a dynamic path because this number keeps changing based on what the ID is. So first things first, if we are creating a new page, for the path for it to be forms edit, it should follow the app folder structure. So what that means that if we create a page inside forms, then the URL would be localhost 3000, the main base URL, and then the forms. So if you want to continue with the edit, then like a sub path, then we create a new folder, name it edit. As for the dynamic field that I mentioned, for that one, we create another folder that has brackets around it, form ID. We give that variable that changes the name. In this case, it would be form ID. And finally, for creating the page itself, where this logic would live, it would be page.tsx. It's just like page is just like any other component. I'm throwing an error because I haven't created a component, but now when I do export default page, it has to be export default. Now we get this page in here, and it's actually the URL is this. I just started writing, that's why it doesn't show. So because this is a new component also created inside app folder and I haven't used client, by default this is a server component, and now I'll show how in server components we can access the parameters, specifically this ID that we're interested in. First we are going to update this props, and this will take in instead params, and we can define what we're taking, which is form ID, and that is a string. And to access the form ID, we destructured it here. So that would be form d equals params form ID. And also if it's not provided for some reason, we ended up in this page, then we can redirect to user, show that form hasn't been found. If not, we can display the form maybe here, and here it is. Now let's look up the form and get the questions from it. So that would mean running a query against our database. So first I'm going to import the database, also import forms. We also will need to make a conditional statement because we don't want to get all the forms. So that's what equal comes in. And finally, that should be it for creating form, and make this component async. I'm also going to delete this extra definition. And let's do form equals to await db.query.forms find first. And here comes the where conditional statement, and we're going to use equal function where first we take in the forms.id, and that should equal to our value for parameters. But because in URL Next.js always can, even if we pass a number, it's going to read it as a string. That's why we need to parse int and take this form ID. So this will just return the form, but what we're interested in is also the questions, right? So for the query to return all the related objects, we have to specifically define it with so that would equal questions. And inside questions, if we just want questions, that we pass in true, and that's it. But we also, if we want another nested field, then we have to create another object that has a with field, and that would be field option set to true. And before we display it, let's console log the form, and actually let's check first, because if there's no form ID, there's no point of running the query. Here, if I reload this page, I should get, all right, here it is. So we have the questions name, all the other fields. If user is not the one who created this form, then we don't even want them to see this edit page or be able to edit it. So here we will also check, that would be first we need to get the ID from auth. So import and we can get the session information, await auth. User ID would be session user ID, and we'll change the statement, and instead it would be you are not authorized to view this page. One thing is we need to be checking if the types match. So this is string and this is string as well. Okay, should be good. That should. That's weird. I'm going to console log form and user ID. Oh, right, that's because we are not getting the ID from the database as a part of the session by default in Next-auth. So that's why for the forms, all the user IDs are null, and even in the session. To change that, we have to go back to auth.ts configuration and add a callback, and that would be in the callbacks field, and we'll modify the session. So when session takes in session and user, we are going to say that modify session.user.id and make it equal to user.id, and we'll return that session. Sorry, I'm missing. It was not giving me this error previously. If I reload page. Let's see if user is getting saved. ID. The ID is coming in. Okay. So it does say that it is session user, but there's other options. It could be token, it could be new session. Might be undefined. Let's define types of session. Session would be and the user, and make the user optional. And in here we can import these types from Next-auth. It would be like this, and we can say if user, then update the session, and the user and the session. All right, let's save that, and we still need to have the ID coming in. We get redirected to the new form, and I'm able to see it because I am the author of the form. Close this extra text, and now let's add to our page a layout, so everything, it's more like we have a form centered and there's some space around it. Layout file goes inside the form folder, so we have our form here. If you want to have every route of edit have the same layout, then that's what we would do, and same for like form ID. So I'm going to create, I don't want the layout for forms, but I'm going to create one inside. Let's do form ID, and we have to name layout files layout. This would be, actually we don't need to create a component. Let's rename this form edit layout. And as for props, it's going to be React children of type React node. Doesn't have implicitly type any. Oh, because I have a comma. And here we are going to display the children. And let's change this into a main class. We're going to make this flex. Minimum height would be screen. Flex direction column, items centered, justify between, and the huge padding 24. Let's see. So here we are. Alright, for constructing the form, we are going to use form element from Shadcn, and also it comes with other parts of the form, for example, label, form field. And we can take a look at the example. It is using React hook form and also and this is the basic anatomy of the form, where you have form tag at the top, form field, and then your past controls, name, and you render an item that contains label and the control. And control is whether it's an input, checkbox, radio, or however answer is passed to that form. And this is a basic example where we define this use form hook. As for installation, this is the command that we're going to copy, and then there's a part one of defining schema. We did this for when we created text area. Then we have to define like a submit function, how we're handling, and building your own form. At the top, once again, is this form element coming from Shadcn, then a basic form that has an on HTML form on submit function, maybe some styling, and we're gonna map out and pass our questions as form fields. And finally we have this submit button. All right, let's go back to our project, and inside components I'm going to double check. Oh, we do have form installed. Okay, yes, for the text area initially we installed that, and so we don't have to run that command again. And I'll create a new component that's going to handle our survey form or survey, I guess, form. I'll add that here, form.tsx. Let's create a functional component, and what we're going to do is we're gonna add this form, not on this page, but in this one as well, and we're gonna pass it the form data that's coming back from our query, but we need to define the type. So for the form type, we're going to use once again infer select model, but since the types of form, question, and field option can be reused throughout, it's better to define it inside a types file. So let's create a new folder inside our source folder. I'll name it types, and the new file form types.d.ts. Here let's first import infer select model from Drizzle and define type form select model that equals to infer select model and type of form, but we have to also import, that's weird, forms, questions, and field options. So we'll do type of forms, not mode, but model. That would depend on type of questions and field options. And based on this, we can create a type that would be a form that has questions and field options. Actually, let's import them first. Alright, so it extends from select model, and it also has a question that is a question select model, but that also extends and comes with field options. Alright, and as a props, we are going to take in form that is of type form. Here we can display, before we create the form, just the form name. So we imported the form. Now let's our component, and instead of just displaying the ID, we are going to, so undefined is not assignable to form. So let's check if form exists. Right, form not found. Types of questions are incompatible, because it should be inside here. So, okay, now error is gone. And let's navigate to our page, reload, and we see that we get the title back. Let's add some styling for the header. Text large, let's do font bold and some paddings. We can also add a description that would be props form description. I would make this text medium, and maybe we should center all this. What are we thinking? Yep, I think that's better. Following the example of the form, which we're from Shadcn documentation, which we're going to modify to our needs. First, we need to import form elements, but while I'm doing the import, I'm also going to change the names using aliases, because we also have same names, like for example, form. So I'll import this as form component. Then next we have form field. Let's do Shadcn form field. Form item, we can keep this the same, and from components UI form. All right, and then we also need this use form, which is coming from React hook form. So let's go ahead and move that. And main thing to remember is, because we are using React use form, we have to define this component where it's used, it's a hook, so it needs to be a client component. Let's add that use client keyword at the top. And I think that's it. Besides, let's do button as well. We're not gonna need this for the submit button. All right, and then let's create the hook for the form. So I'm gonna add that starting the form definition, that later on we're gonna pass that to our form component. So below this is just like form information. Here we can start creating the form by first using for component. And we're gonna pass all the fields of the form, like how it is here. Let's close this component out, and it's giving us error because we have not added the field. So we're gonna add that after. We also have to pass this onSubmit function, and let's name that handle submit. We'll define it here, but for now we are going to console log it. Let's see what example is used here. Oh, it's taking in the values. So I'm gonna rename this as data. I'll leave it as any because we don't have the schema yet. And let's just call console log the data so we can see. Inside the form, we're going to map out the questions, and let's see what this is offering us. Form I. So we're gonna change actually all of this, or even this. Let's just rewrite this. So props.form.questions map, and question would be type of question select model, which we have already imported, and index would be number. So it starts with 0, goes up to however many items in this questions array we have. And then we will use Shadcn form field, as we have like form field here. We have to pass control. We're gonna take that as form control. As for the name, we're gonna give as question IDs, because every question has a unique ID. So that would give us an option to identify each question. I'm gonna do lower and right. Next key, which should also be unique, and this one I'll take in to question the text followed by index. And finally we have a render, which would we pass it a field and it is going to render it. So like this. All right, and then form I. Here we can have, let's start with form label first. That would be question text. Save that, and as you remembered, we have different kinds of form questions, and their type depends on which one of these are they. So these are all the options, and for all of different options, we have to display different form control. So for example, in here we have form control, and then inside here we have input. But first we have to determine what type it is, read that information, and then conditionally display the type. But for the labels, it's just text, so it would be same for all the questions. And here we can see all 3 questions, or 2 questions, I guess. We can also give OpenAI indication to add more questions because that's a very short amount. And before we move on to some conditional logic, let's add classes to our form. I'm gonna make this grid, width would be full. Next with 3XL, items, center, adding some gap, and the margin. And we can update the for label as well. Let's do class name, text space, and margin at the top. For the form, I think the text on the left looks better. We can also give it numbers, so index +1 dot space, something like that. And let's add a form control here. And inside the form control, we're going to create a new component that's going to handle the conditional display of the controls. So new file, form field. Let's create a new component. So for this component, we want to use certain components that we haven't installed. So we're going to go ahead and do that. First, it's going to be select. We also have radio group type, so let's add that. And a switch. At the top, we can import all the items that we'll be needing in here. And as for the props, first we are going to be passing an element that would be of type question select model, and we can import that from our types. So let's destructure this here. And instead of having just a lot of switch statements like if else's, I'm going to create a new object, and object would signify the type of the field that we have in the form, and the value would actually return that component. So let's say if the type is input, we're going to return an input as like a React component. So let's name this components. And first we're going to start with, let's just do input and return. First, we're not going to pass anything. It would just be a simple input. Let's do same for switch. And I think for select, we have to define more items. Let's try text area. We have that imported, yes. So in the return statement, we are going to return, we're going to take the components by the field type. So element type is what defines a field type. And if it finds any matches, then it would return that one. And if not, we're just going to return null. Let's see what's... So if element doesn't exist, return null. And so it's underlining because we haven't defined all the conditions here that are available in the field type, but we're gonna get to do that. Changes, let's import the form field in here. And we're gonna add that in form control, and the element we're gonna pass that to be a question. As for the key, let's do index for that one. All right, let's see if any of these types are input. Oh, the type is field type. All right. The second question was input text, so it's showing the text to us. Now let's add also the types for, I think, radio and select is what we're missing. So this would be a little bit more, I guess, logic, because we also need to take the field options and map them out. So the first is going to be select trigger. So outside we define select, and then inside we have a select trigger, select an option that could be our placeholder, and then comes the select content. So we take in the element and we have to use the extended question type because this one doesn't come with field options. That's fine. We can import field option select model, and this would be field options array. It's gonna have this array. All right, so we map that out. We take in the option. It knows what type option is, and then the index, and then we have select item, and we also, in addition to the key, which I'm going to update because we have this index in other maps, so this one has to be like unique, and that would be item.text. And we're gonna also add item.value to it. So as I mentioned, we have the text, that's a display text, but we also need to pass, not item, option. It's required to pass a value, and that would be option.value. We already do store that. String or null is not assignable to string. I guess the value is optional, which it should not be. I think we're missing. If we save that, we don't have any select in this question, so that's why it's not showing. And yes, let's add a radio group. So we wrap that with radio group, element, field options, we map them out, and as for key, it's also option text, option value. Actually, option value is not always defined, so instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use option.id instead, and the number is not assignable to string. Because when we store later on in the database, we need to know which ID it is, so we actually store the information, and we can do something like answer ID. Same approach with the select as well, but in any case, if we ever need to calculate, let's say, total values of all the questions, we still have access to the value in the database, so we can use that instead. All right. Item, we also have to add form control, which I'm going to import first, form control and form label from our form components. And going back here, this would be wrapped in form control first. And on mapping on the main, I guess, wrapper should always have the unique key. So we're gonna move key to this div here. And we'll also add some styling, flex, item, center, space on the x-axis too. So we have value, let's define ID to be item value, and we're gonna make that to string. Not item, option. And I will import label. And it would be followed by label, class name, let's do text-based option text. Then we'll make the ID, if the value is empty, ID would be same as the value. Alright, so now we do see the radius, and if we select one in radio groups, you can only select one. So on the screen, we're able to see the values that we have selected, but if you notice, if we were to submit this form, we would not get the data. Oh, I guess it reloaded, but the data would not be available in console log. That's because we have not passed on change and value functions, and we can do that first from the form. So inside here, it would be value equals to field dot value, and then we have on change, and that would be for field that on change, and we can add those in the types inside the props. So value and then on change, and we have to pass this to every component that we have, which is a bit tedious, but I'm not sure if there's a better way of doing this. So let's go ahead and do that. Starting with the radio group, in here it's called on value change, and we're gonna pass on change, which we can destructure here. And default value, actually we don't need to set a default value. Next up we have select. We have once again on change. For the input, the props is called on change, because this one is expecting change event handler instead, this input. So we can update the type to be value and event change event handler, and we'll import, or change event, we'll import that from React. So let's do, so the value is either string or change event. Okay. Let's save that. Let's save us passing the value and on change on the form. Recap what we did. So we took the form information and displayed it on a form page that is unique to every form. And so this form component is what handles displaying the form and its fields. And we created the fields that matches the logic that we have for saving like different types of fields, whether it's input, switch, text area, or select radio group. And at the end, we display based on what field type is provided in the information that we pass. And eventually what we're going to have is, so this is the form that once user generates, they're able to see. But obviously they're not filling out this form. They are just like looking at it, it's their form. And they want to publish it, so make it available so other people fill out. And also later on, we're going to add an edit functionality where they can edit this fields or types of the questions. So for this form, we're going to reuse just to display, and later on for users, others that are not form owners, to fill it out. So we're going to have two modes. One would be edit mode, and one would just be like a default form mode, if we can call it that. So for that, for users that are creating the mode, we're going to have a publish here. So let's change that. So it would be the form itself that accepts another, I guess, argument, another props that's like optional. So I'm going to make that like this, and if it's a boolean, so if this one is true, then we're gonna display publish. And also in handle submit, we're gonna have a different, I guess, action it's going to actually submit, versus if it's just an user submitting the form, then we're going to save their answers. All right, so let's do here edit mode. Let's see, do we have this? Let's destructure it. Edit mode equals props. And if edit mode is true, we're gonna display publish. And if not, it's just going to be submit. All right, and then we see no change yet because we need to pass true from our page, which is an edit one. In here, I'm gonna do edit mode equals to true. All right, now I see the publish. So what publish is going to do is it's gonna take this form and mark it's published as true. So if we take a look quickly at the forms table, we have this published, which is by default false. And we're gonna take the form ID, find that form, and make the publish true. So let's do that, and let's create a new action for it inside actions folder. Mutate form, we can add another one here. This would be export async function publish form, and it would only need form ID as a number. And let's see, so we need to do await db and update past the table name forms, set publish to true, and let's double check if the field published is correct. So it is published. And as for ID, this is where we need equals instead. So forms ID, and let's import equals if we don't already have it. I believe it's from here. Yep. On the forms ID, and that would equal to the form ID that we pass. All right. Now we can go back to our form component and implement the handle submit functionality. First, import publish form, and we'll make this async. So if we do have an edit mode, then, and not the data, we'll just take form.id, but I think the problem is that we also called use form. So this form is actually our form data, so it's coming from props from here. All right, let's save this. And now if I'm on this authentication knowledge survey. If I do publish, it gets reloaded, and let's refresh this one. It is set to true. The field options are not defined on the question. That's because in here we have question select model. Instead, we can have this extended type. So we can do type question with options model that equals to this one, and even here we can use array of that. And that would be the correct type. Now, once the form is published, we're going to display a pop-up for the users, which is going to contain like a success message that your form has been published, and also a link that they can copy and start sharing. So that I'll create in a new component. Let's do it also in forms folder, new file, publish success, a bit long name. And we're going to use dialog from which we did previously from Shadcn, and we need the content to header and the description. We'll also add a button, and as a props we are going to take in form ID because we have to construct the link that we can show it to the users. Also, we need to know the state of when this dialog should be open, as well as the onChange function. Let's on open change is gonna take in one value open and return nothing. Now starting creating dialog here. This would also be on open change. Let's do dialog content. I'm gonna set the max width for this on a larger screens. And let's add a header with the title form has All right, let's save this for now, and we are going to create a state here. Let's import use state and name it success dialog open, set success dialog open. By default, it would be false, and we also have to import default. Right, we can, let's close, minimize this form component. And below here doesn't really matter in terms of where we defined it, because it's still going to show up as a dialog in the center by the styling that it has. And as a form ID, we're expecting a number. Okay, so we can change that to be a number. Then we have open equals to state, and on open change, we're gonna set past the state of this change hook. So it will, let's say if there's a button that's closing, it will update our state on the form. And for on open change, we are going to create a new function, constant handle dialog change, that will take in a boolean and update our state, and then we can pass this in here. Right, also I realized that we're gonna modify the handle submit function, but what I'm doing wrong here is on submit, instead of just directly passing the handle submit, we should be using this form function from React hook form. So form.handle submit, and let's rename our function so these two are not confused together. I'm gonna name this on submit. Let's save this, and so we're gonna publish form, and then once the form is done publishing, we're gonna set the dialog to open. So that should be it. All right, we got the dialog. Now let's add more data in there. I'm gonna dialog description. The link below, and after the header we can add and the description we can add like an input box that allows user to see the link and also like copy it. So for that, I'll create a new div class, and inside here we are going to have like a text copy link. Let's do another div class, and inside here we can do input and the button with the text copy. So for this input, the type would be text, and placeholder is link. It's a disabled, user can't change it because that's what we want. We just want them to be able to copy it. And as for the value, that would be actual URL. So let's get forms and form props.form ID. So now when we display, we want it to be actually like the full form. So for that, we need to know what the base URL is. Let's get that at the top, constant base URL. This we can access, maybe if we set environment variables, let's see if that works. Or like window is usually, location is usually how I do it. All right, I guess that works, but during the deployment, we should remember that we should add this base URL, and it has to be public because a client component is trying to access it. And since we're here, let's mark this component on the topic as client. Let's add some styling on our input. So class name, I'm going to add width to be full, outline none, and background transparent. We can also add some styling on the div that sits as a parent of this input to wrap this text and the button together. So let's color of the border, flex, justify, trim, item, center. Margin at the top is 2, padding on the left, let's set that to 2, and rounded corners medium. So that looks a little bit better. As for this one, let's do class name flex and flex direction column. Let's format this. Doesn't work. I don't know why. I think we don't need a separate div for this one. Now that let's implement the functionality that if they actually click this, then it would be copied to their clipboard. And for that, we will need to use navigator, and let's create a new function, constant copy to clipboard. Doesn't take any arguments, and taking navigator, clipboard, write text. Inside of text, we're taking base URL plus forms, and then for props that form ID, and then we alert when it's being copied. And if there's any errors, we catch them. Copying the function name inside this button. Copy to clipboard. One more thing I want to add is icon at the top, and we can use React icons. Let's just make sure if we have the package already installed. Oh, it's coming from Radix UI. All right, I don't see it, so we can install npm install Radix UI React icons. And the icon name is going to be import and we'll add that icon in here. So I think the icons from this library is pretty straightforward. We just need to take the icon and add some class names for height and the width. And that would go before input. Class name, I'm going to do 4 and add some margin on the right. And here's the icon. Now let's test out copy functionality. Clipboard says it's been copied. If I paste that here, I'm going to see it's the forms 15, not the edit, not the current URL. We create this page for forms where users can go in and fill out the form, and instead of just publishing, they can submit their answers to it. And this will be very similar. We're going to use this form fields, form elements, just we'll have a different logic for what happens when they submit. And also we'll capture the actual values that they put in. So the person then, the user that created this form, later on we're going to build the admin view so they can see the answers to each of these questions. And I know the form setup itself, this part was kind of complicated, but This was the most complicated part of the tutorial. We're done with it, and also the important. So we have important pieces out of the place. Now we can move on setting up other functionalities and features and adding data to the database, then saving the data and manipulating it from our client side. All right, and as I mentioned, the form setup would be pretty similar. So the URL that we have right now for the edit version is forms edit, and for just the user fill out, let's create a new, should we do another folder fill out, or just new file, form ID, and in here page.tsx. The layout, this one would also be same. So because it's same, we can actually move this into forms. I don't think we had any imports for that, so it wouldn't really matter. And let's close this out, open the page that we had created. So on the right side, we see the older form. I'm just gonna remove this console logs. We don't need them. And I'll actually copy this, paste it in here, and we're gonna make modifications to this. So for someone to fill out the form, they don't need to be signed in. So I'm gonna close this out. We don't also need any authentication information. We do need to still check that form exists, otherwise we won't be able to show them the results. Let's update the import path for the form. It would be, I think, in the same. Well, all right, so we still need the form ID. We'll check the form, we'll fetch it, and then we'll pass it to form, except the edit mode would be false. I'm gonna save this. So if we go here, now we see the form, but it has submit button instead. But if we go to edit forms, or wait, forms, edit. Now we would have the publish option, and let's go back. So we still have to create the submit functionality, and it will take in the answers and save them. But to save the answers, we need to store them in the database, and as you can see, we don't have answers table in the database yet, but we'll do that in the future parts. And since we've been doing more functionality related things, now let's move on and do more UI styling. So it would be a nice switch up, but we'll definitely add more functionality. And so let's move on to admin pages, where admins of the creators of the forums, they can see the list of their forms and then the results. So for all the admin related routes, I'm actually going to create an admin, a page route, and that would go inside the nav. So however we create, I guess, the folder names that always get reflected on the pages, the URL. So for example, forms, any page inside form is going to have forms. But if we don't want a folder name to be part of the URL, we can put it in parentheses, and that would be called like a page route. So we just created a page route, and then we'll create a page. Let's do view forms, and we'll have here a new file for the page itself. So this would be all for all the forms that I have created. I'm just gonna change name for my forms, and as you remember, for the index page, we did create this component. I'm gonna show you guys, in case you don't recall, that displays the form. So we can just reuse this card, but instead of fetching all the forms, just fetch forms for our own. So the component name of that one was forms list, I believe. Yep, here it is. Let's save that. Let's add a new action. Get user forms, the TypeScript. It's a server action, so we're doing use server at the top. and we need to import database so we can run our query. Also, we need equal equation for our where condition and forms table. Finally, auth, because we can on server side determine what the logged in user's ID is, and we find all the forms that belong to that user ID. So export async function get user forms. We don't take in any arguments. We access our session coming from auth, then getting a user ID. That's session. We check if session exists. User ID. If we don't have a user ID, we can't return any forms. But if we do, we can run the query, save it in user forms. So db query.forms. Then we do 5 many. And the syntax is incorrect. We need to pass where, then equals forms.user ID to our user ID. And this has to be an object. Once we get that, we return them. Now let's access this action from our page. Get user forms, create a new variable. We can also define the type of forms here, and this would be infer select model. Type of, and we also need, do we need to import forms? That has the same name as our forms. We're gonna import as db forms from schema. All right, and await. And the page has to be async for us to be able to use await. Let's see what this this is the array of the forms. If we go to view forms, we see my forms, and we're fetching this, so I can just take this, turn into forms list. We don't need this. Save it, and we get this one form that I have created. Let's also add the header. Do my forms. Let's just do my forms. Class name, text, large, bold, font weight, bold. We are going to add the same padding and margin to it. Now we'll add side navigation bar on the left side here, since we're going to have multiple pages for the admins, so we can easily navigate between them. And for the menu items, like the icons, I'm going to use Lucid icons, and here we can just pick the name, find the icon that we like, and if we do click on it, we can copy JSX, but one downside is, as you can see, for example, if we paste the JSX, which I'm not gonna do now, it has the name, like it's not dynamic. We have to import specifically library and like display that. But we want to store like menu items and the names of the icons in an array. Ideally, we don't want to manually define them. So because of that, I'm gonna go to components and create a new file, which would be icons.tsx. Here we'll list all the icons that we want to use, and then we're gonna create like types based off of that. I'm gonna get started with library, adding a few more that I might end up using, and let's also import type icon node as lucid icon, say React. And then this was already installed because Shadcn UI library uses it, so it should already be there. Now let's export type icon that equals to lucid icon, and the list of icons that would be library line chart. We have two kinds of settings, and finally the list. Now let's create the type for the navigation item itself. For that one, I'm gonna do types, maybe new file types. So the name would be sidebar item, and this will contain the title. This would be what's going to be displayed on the menu. It's required and it's of type string. In case it is disabled, that would be Boolean. External, it would open up in a new page. This is optional. And for the icon we take, this is also optional. It would be key of type of, and icons, which we can import here at the top. Oh, this is just an extension that if I haven't used, for example, key of type of, it's gonna underline blue, and then it's going to explain what is it actually doing. Let me know in the comments if you guys want to know which one is it. I can maybe paste the link. And then they may have like sub menu items. So for that one, we can create an object. So it would either be an object that has href string and items that's optional, or href also string. Why would be empty? And navigation link. So let's add type navigation link. So this would be title string, href string, and disabled boolean. I think that should be it. Let's save this. And I'll create a new folder inside components for navigation. Let's do export default. It would be a use client. We'll need to import link from next link, also use path name, and sidebar nav item type. Also cn, this would be for conditional, displaying types conditionally, and our icons component. Let's define the types. Instead of this, I'm gonna do interface dashboard nav props. And it will take in an array of items, and type would be sidebar nav item array. So here we can insert this structure and pass dashboard nav props. So let's get the current path. The reason we're getting the current path is because if we are on that path, we're gonna have a different styling like highlight. So users know where they are, and if items are not there, then we have no option but to return null. But if we do have a list, then we can turn this div into a navigation item. I'm going to do items.map. Let's do constant icon equals icons item.icon and undefined. So if we do have otherwise we're not gonna display sidebar nav item. Okay. Property icon doesn't exist, but it does. Oh, items, not just like single item. Okay, and then we're determining, I'm just looking at this is Copilot generated this code, so double checking. Constant is active equals to item href, that's correct. So if we're on the item's current link and it matches to our current path, then that means that item is active. So regarding link key, let's do index and href equals. So if item is disabled, then we're going to do this. If not, item.href. But we need to check first that the link exists. Otherwise, we can't display it. So we don't do a classes inside link anymore, so I'm going to change that to span. And as for the class names, I'm going to paste the default class names that I had instead here. Let's remove this. And so what do we have? If is active, background accent. If not, it would be transparent. Item is disabled, cursor not allowed. If not, cursor pointer. And opacity, let's make it less than 100, somewhere 80. So now what's the issue here? Label is not label, it's title. For the icon, I'm gonna do 2. So I usually do 4. And fragment here, that's why we are getting this. It's like either lucid icon type or the fragment is element type. So it's saying it's not a valid JSX element type. So instead, let's do, in case this items icon is undefined, we're gonna display a list by default, and then now the error is gone. And let's create admin layout that would be inside here. Like usually with layouts, we need to pass it children. First, let's return children. And here we're gonna define configurations like list of items we're gonna have in our dashboard config. So this would be sidebar nav field, and it's gonna be an array. I'm gonna paste all the fields that I want to have in the array. And every item in here has a title, href, and an icon. So for the first one is the one that we just created, and the rest are just menu items. And now that we have a layout for admin, we can start adding some items. First, I'm gonna wrap this in a div. I am also going to import header at the top in addition to the site navbar. So we can have header that we previously created here as well. And it would be from components, UI, I'm gonna rename this to be dashboard navigation and export default from components, navigation, and navbar. Let's also have a session provider here because later on we are going to add a create form button. So we would need to pass in session data for that one. And the form generator, so that's in this folder. All right, the header goes at the top, so we'll put that first. Then we'll create a separate div. Inside this div, we're going to have an aside and dashboard nav, which we have to pass items. That would be the configuration and the array of sidebar nav. The type of configuration, which should be what we're looking for already, but sidebar nav. Navigation types, let's save that. Alright, so that's our navbar. If we hover over, we have this highlight, and currently we are on the My Form, so this one is highlighted now. Let's update the styling of this. So it's actually this in a way that you guys can see. And after aside, we'll create a main class. And actually, I'm gonna move the header in here on the view forms. I know we included as a page, but I'll add another. And let's add h1 saying dashboard. And let's update the position of this first. So we have the sidebar on the side. I'm gonna get started with name container, main container, add a class name. I'll make it flex, and minimum height would be screen. Flex direction, let's do column, and a space on the y-axis only, let's do 6. All right, so now make the one with the dashboard and the main, and I'm also going to move this children inside the main after the header. All right, so this one I'm going to add a class container that should limit the width of it. It's going to be display grid. We'll add some large gaps in between items, and grid columns width would be 200 pixel per one fragment. And flex one, so it stretches up the whole space. Let's do, so on the larger screen, it should look like this. And after that, I'm gonna add styling to the side. So on smaller screens, let's have it hidden. And the width set to 200 pixels. Flex direction would be column. Larger screens, it would have display flex. Padding on the right too. Let's add some border to the right and also justify between, because later on we're gonna add another button for upgrading your account, telling you how many surveys you filled out in the free form. So that's our navbar with the border. Probably that's the most noticeable change besides the paddings on the display. Moving on to the, we have flex, width would be full. It would take flex 1, column would be its direction, and overflow hidden. So as for the header, I'm gonna do flex and item center. And for the H1, let's do a larger font size, so text for XL, margin 5, padding 4, and font would be semi-bold. And maybe we don't need the my forms header on the view forms, so I'm just gonna remove that. And in the header, let's add a session provider and form generator button as well. Let's say if we have, here it is, I'm gonna add some line that separates this header from the rest of the contents of the view form, and that would be after header HR class name. All right, so we have a list of the forms. Now to be able to see the results, we need to be able to first submit the answers and create submissions by the users. And we are going to do that. And this is what our database is going to, and tables look like after this part. So we'll add an answers table. It will have a unique ID, every answer submitted. It would also have the value and a question ID. So value stores basically the answer to the question, and then question ID maps it to which question it belongs to. We'll also create a new table for every form submission. So like one user submitted one form, that's going to be a new form submission. And it would have, which is not shown here, but it would have an array of answers. So it would be have relationships, not actually array, but relationships to the answers by the IDs. And it would also, each submission would have a one form. So one-to-many relationship form can have obviously many submissions. Schema in our database folder, open here, that defines all our database models. And at the end of this table definitions, I'm going to add a new table for the answers. And the fields that I have here, as I mentioned on the schema visualizer, are unique ID and the value that would store the value of the answer. For example, if the question is what is your feedback on something, and user types it in, we would store that value here. Question ID denotes like which question it belongs to, and it would be relation on like this ID. Then we have form submission ID, which is also a separate table that we are going to create, and field options ID. So let's say if user selected a field, for example, the options were yes and no. They selected yes, that yes is a field option. That's an element, new row in field options table. So we stored that relationship in here. And as for the answer relation, so this is what it's going to look like. And it would have only one relation, so one answer would belong to one question, one form submission, and only one field option is what we have. And so yeah, the fields define on which we make that connection, which is always I use ID so far. As for the form submissions, this is what we're going to have. As soon as we define form submission, this messages, the red lines is going to go away. We're naming it form submissions. We have an ID and doesn't have any other information other than it belongs to a form. And for this tutorial, we're not asking users to sign in to submit the form. So that's pretty much it. That's why we don't have a user ID. And to create the relationships for forms, this is what it's going to look like. We have both one and many kind of relationships. So form submission belongs to one form, but it can have many answers. All right, let's save that and push our changes. I changed my formatter that I had. I'm using a different one, so that's why it highlighted all this and updated the formatting. If you guys would like to know my setup for that, also let me know in the comments. And the form relations as well, because forms would have multiple submissions. So let's find that and add in here. And that would include many form submissions. As well as questions, because questions would also have a lot of answers. Push the changes so our database gets updated. And so once we have that, we should go back to our form. So I'm going to click view here. That should that should display my form, and opening up the form component as well. Smaller space, it's harder to see obviously, but we do have console log data here. Speak on what the data looks like. We are using Next-auth, and I'll have this open. So yeah, that was submitted, but you can see the key of the object matches the name on the field. So I know that sounds confusing, but I'll show you guys. I'm just trying now. So let's take an example. This was radio group, right? In here we defined, right? So here we have, so when we pass the name, that name is used later on to update the state. So the React hook form kind of handles us. When the user changes the value, it updates the value itself, so we don't have to worry about any of that. We just need to give it tell React hook form how to save those values. So that's where the name comes in. So for the first question, the ID of the question was coming from database 29. So the name of this one was question _ 29. So that's how it got saved. And then the value of this object would be the name that we give to the answer option itself. So now if we navigate to the form field, the first question was radio group, right? So radio group item has a value defined here. So that's what's defining this one. This specific that was marked had an ID of 41, and then it was saved as answer ID 41. Then I put in, so the next one was the text type input. So here obviously we don't have IDs because it's a free text. User can type in whatever they would like. That's why in here I just have Next-auth, whatever I typed in as a value. So now how we can store this is the question, and we can parse through the data and generate a new type of answer for each of these keys and then their values. So I'm gonna go to this on submit function. So if we have an edit mode, then we publish, else we do create an answers array that's initially is an empty array, and then we create a for loop to go through all the keys that we have. So the first key, we can call it question ID. The value itself, we can call it value, and then we do of object dot entries. Data is what's coming in here, the state of the questions, and let's get the ID. So ID equals question. So we will need to have that as an integer, but this is a string. So question ID that replace misspelling. Oh, so we're gonna fetch that 29 in here, and we would add that to the answer. So it would be question ID equals questions. And for the field options ID, this first will check if the answer contains answer ID, and then if not, it would be null. So value is what this is, so includes so we would replace, if not, we're gonna return null. And so the reason this might be of an issue is because we can also have type of boolean in case of a switch. So let's check type of value if it equals to string, and okay. So field options ID, we're gonna pass it that. And actually, if we do this equals to null first, and then we can do an if statement. So if it doesn't include answer ID, then we just need to store this whole thing. So that would, Next-auth would be inside text value, and we pass it on text value as in our schema, because that is the field that we have for answers. It's value, and it's of type text. Now we need a server action to actually store all these answers, send them to the database, and also create a new form submission and create a relationship between these answers and form submission. Going to actions folder, submit answers.ts, use server. Then we import database, also import the tables that we're going to need, starting with form submissions. And as for answers, I'm gonna import them as dp answers. All right, let's define the type of props, type of data we would be taking, submit. So we first need a form ID to create a submission, and then we need answers, which is going to be an array of including question ID, value string, this is optional, and so is field options ID. This is an array. Let's create the function async. I'm tempted to accept the suggestion, but then I know I have to be debugging, so maybe it's the smart decision not to. Data. And first let's destructure get the form ID and answers from the data, and create a new form submission equal to await db.insert form submissions, and the values that we would pass would only be form ID. And we do need returning inserted ID. Form submissions.id, and then we are going to access that by getting this field of the first element in the array that was from new form submissions. Now that we have a ID, we can start adding answers. Since there'll be multiple answers, I'm gonna do db.transaction. We're gonna map out for constant answer of answers. No, this should be db. So await tx. It doesn't need execute. We just need returning. Actually, even that we don't need it, but we can return it just in case. And what do we have here? Form submission ID that equals to inserted ID, and so this rest of the three fields. Okay. For shorter syntax, we could have just done destructuring. So in the end, return the form submission ID itself. Back to our form, let's import this submit answers from the actions, and so we have props.form.id, and then we have expected 1 arguments but got 2. How so? Oh, it's because it's expecting data, form ID, and answers. Oh, because this could be null. Same for this one. Have the answers array issue because the value type seems to be unknown. Okay, let's do this. Let's create a type answer that would be this one right here, and we can export that. And we can also use it here. Now let's import type answer. Instead, convert this and save it as a string. Okay. We can use the router and redirect to a new page, form success page. So router dot let's do submit success, and we're going to create this route. And as for the router, we are going to import that at the top. From next navigation. Router equals router, okay. Oh, we should call this not inside the loop, but outside. I didn't realize it was part of that. Okay. Let's add a try, catch error, and instead alert that error occurred while submitting the form. And let's also add a try catch inside of submit answers action. So it would be here. We'll console log error, and I'm gonna put this inside here. Okay. Creating a new form submission and adding answers, saving them in the database. Let's switch it up a little bit, and instead of creating a server action, we're going to create a new API. And if you're not familiar with creating API routes in Next.js, we are going to learn that as well. So we do actually have one API that we set up when we were adding authentication to our application, but we didn't really go into how does it work, what can we pass, and all these other important parts of the API route. So we can talk about that now. For the route, we have to create a new folder, kind of similar that how we create pages. The URL of the API endpoint would consist of the file path. So let's name this maybe old form related APIs. We're gonna add with form and a new folder for new. So finally, for the logic goes inside route.ts like we have for Next-auth. And here route is just like a function, but it takes in a request and returns a response. Also, we define what kind of method it is taking in, whether it's get, post, or others. We don't need to define this as a server. It's assumed automatically. So we just need to import DB as we have to interact with the database. Also, let's import the tables that we're going to need. And as for answers, I'm going to import them as DB answers. So export, it's an async function. And to make it this endpoint post request, we define it as post. And let's add a request. It would be of type request. And we don't need to define this type because it's already built in Next.js. And we'll have a promise response. Okay, yep, we are returning a response for the data, await. So this is how we read body data. We have to await get request JSON. And then for just learning purposes, we can console log it. And as for the form, that is not how we create forms, so I'm just gonna delete this. I'll name this new form submission. Let's, before adding answers, just create a new form. So await db.insert. Then we have the table name. Then we pass in the value. So form ID would be, why is it? Okay. Form ID would come from data.formID. And here we can also indicate what we want to be returning, which would be inserted ID. And finally, we are going to access that ID, which would be the first element of inserted ID. So if this is successful, we return status 200. Let's save that. Also, instead of new response, it would be response.json. And we can create this form submissions ID and pass inserted ID to it. We're testing APIs, but this is optional because eventually we are going to integrate API to our client side, so you don't need to test, but it's also always good to check API before moving on and integrating, and easier to debug that way. So we just create a new request and we paste in the URL. So our local host is running here. Then we do API and form, and new was the path. Also, it's going to be a post request, and we should pass the body. I'm gonna select raw and JSON. So creating a JSON object form ID, and this would be 15. Now let's click send, and we should see the response here. So form submission was created with an ID 10. Our console log, since we did output the data, we are going to see, I'm gonna move my Xcode so you guys can see. We passed in the form ID as 15. Okay, now let's also add answers to it and save them. But for that, since we're gonna have multiple answers mapped to the new form submission, I'm going to use transaction. Before we return this, await db.transaction async tx for constant answer of data.answers. So the new answer created ID would be answer ID. We do await.tx. Let's insert inside db answers table, and the values would be just answer for each one of them, and we're going to be returning answer ID. That would be the ID from the row of the table db answers. All right, there would be first form submission ID that would equal to inserted ID and rest of the fields of the answer. Let's save that, and we are ready to integrate that inside our form. So to make a request, we're gonna make use fetch API. So method would be post, headers would be content type application JSON. As for the body, we need to stringify the body when passing to APIs. But in addition to answers, we are going to do form ID here, which is props.form.id, I believe. Form ID equals to, oh, it's just an ID, my bad. As for the API URL, so it doesn't directly bridge to inside. So if we redirect from different page, then this without showing the base URL works, but unfortunately for the APIs it doesn't work that way. So we do have to pass like the URL, and we don't want to just hard code localhost, because then when you deploy it would still try to make requests to the local host. So what can we do is create base URL that equals to other what you have in. So yeah, we utilized this before, and then whenever you deploy application, we're gonna add this public base URL in environment variables. And let me double check if that one's the one we used, or all right. But for now, it's gonna request from here, taking this and adding, also it's not answers, it's form new. Let's try it out. Have you built Next-auth? Oh, I think it got submitted. We can get the response, and response that status equals 200. That's like the status for a successful response. Don't know why it's... Oh, this should be outside. We're gonna redirect to a success page. Also, let's move this outside of a loop. So when we're done adding answers, then we are going to else let's alert also. Okay, actually I'm gonna do kind. Right, form redirected to form success, but page is not found. We're gonna create the page after. Let's also double check inside Drizzle Studio that the answers got added. So my studio turned off, so I'm going to run it again. Answers, oh, here it is. Perfect. Let's create this page. Form success, it should be pretty simple. We're just gonna add UI to show user the message that the form has been created. Let's create a new folder here for success. So like a thank you message, and I'm gonna create class surrounding. So I'll add a lot of padding, maybe a border, rounded medium. Also max width, let's do small. We don't need it too large. So if I just submitted inside, we have that information. So if I go here, forms, oh, we don't need props for this one. And let's, if they have some maybe like message that we can use instead. So those are the toasts. Let's pop over. This alert, it comes with variant, so we're gonna, it's perfect. We're gonna have success variant in it. And I'm gonna install first. Let's copy import statement and I'll copy this code. So it would be success. I'm going to update this one. We don't need the icon for this, and let's update the variant default. Okay, let's do default. I don't think they have success since it's not showing up here. All right, here it is. Now moving on to the view results page, where a user would be able to see the results of the forms that they created and all the answers they were submitted. And for that, we will need to go through like 3 steps. First would be to fetch the forms created by the user and their submissions. Then second would be create a drop-down picker that would pick the form that the results we want to display to. And third would be create a table to display these results. And for the table, we are going to be using Tanstack Table. And here is a basic React example, which we're going to follow and then modify so that we have the fields that we need and the data. And we'll go ahead and install this table. So here's the name of the module inside our project. Let's do npm install Tanstack React Table. And we'll create a new form folder this would go in admins folder, and new page inside results. Since admin has a layout, this one would also have the sidebar and the header. So this would be results page. So first we're gonna add the drop down, and then we'll have the table, so kind of to visualize what we're doing. And if we go navigate to results now, have get user forms action. That was when we created that, when we just display the list of forms that user has created, and we can reuse that. So I'm gonna turn page into an async component. I will import get user forms. I'm also going to import infer select model so we can type our result, as well as a forms table. All right, and in here forms, this would be array of infer select model and equals array we can rename this user form so it's not conflicting with the type itself. All right. And if there are no forms, we can display the message that no forms have been found. And for the selector, we are going to use the select component that we have in our components folder from Shadcn. So it would be this one. And if we take a look at the documentation, so we have a select here, and then in the code we need to pass it a value and a label. And for us, the items would be the forms itself. So we can prepare this options in the following format. It would be constant select options, and we're going to map the user forms. So returning label that is form name, and the value that would be form ID. Now let's create a component for the picker that we're going to pass these options to. This is going to be forms picker. It will be a client component, and we will also use a callback for a function, and the select, importing select from our UI components. And I'm also going to add a label. So let's define the type of options that we are taking in. Select props that equals to value, that would be number, because we have an ID that's of type number, and then label, it could be string or null, since in the database it's not a required value. And we can rename this to be forms picker props, and it will have an array of options, select props. And let's take in the props, just destructure it. And before we create the select element, let's just map them out. Options that map, just gonna display a label. Importing this into the page. passing in our options. Did I see a red? Okay, no forms found. That is because I'm not signed in. We should also add a dashboard link here in the header. But before we do that, I'm gonna go here and results. So I only have one form and that's what's getting displayed. All right, so data fetching is going as expected. Now let's create the select component. Starting by adding class name, flags, gap2, and item center. Then we are going to follow it up on with a label that says select a form. And this label I'm going to make font bold. There's our label. Then we have a select trigger. So that's our button right there. It doesn't have any options yet. And this is too wide, so let's do class name, limit the width of it. All right, that's better. For the placeholder, by default, we are going to have the first form selected. So that would equal to options, first element, the label. And then once it gets updated, then we'll pass in the value. And now let's do content. Here we are going to need that mapping. I'm gonna remove it from here. Closing div. So value equals option value, but because it's a number, we have to convert it to string, fortunately. So yeah, we only have one element. I'm gonna create another form so we have more of that. And the ID of selected form, we're gonna save that in search parameters in something like results ID equals and then the form ID. If you have browsed on like some e-commerce sites, you probably have noticed that when you click on certain filters, the query gets updated. So in like a similar manner is what we are going to do. And because we are in a client component, for accessing this query parameters, we need to use a hook, use search params. That's from Next Navigation. Import that. And for updating the routes, like updating this search params when we change the value of the selected option, we'll need to use router hook for that. Path name. Going back here, calling this hook. Then we have a router from useRouter and the path name from usePathName. So now let's access form ID. So way to get like parameters is by search params function .get, and then we pass in parameter name, and it might be empty by default because, for example, now when we navigated to results, we have not selected anything. And that's fine. If there's nothing set, then by default, we're gonna pick the first form, take that value and convert it into toString. After this, we need a function when option gets selected to create the query string for adding this parameter. And so it will be create query string, and here is where we're going to use callback. What we'll do is basically this will memoize the function, and it would be dependent on an input, which is a search param. So if the input gets updated, then this will get updated, but if not, it would be so we're gonna pass, inside here we have to pass a function, and then the dependencies. So name would be string, value would be also string, and search params is our input. So here constant, we'll create a new URL search params, this one to string, and after that will return it expected 2 arguments. Select, take that in, and on change we're going to pass the function. First let's set the value to equal to form ID, and when we set a select item, because my formatting is not working, so we'll do router.push, and we'll take a path name, which would be like localhost/results plus question mark. Then we would create the query string. The name of the value would be ID, and then the value itself, like let's say format is 15, it would be 15. I should have a unique key, which I missed previously, and that would be option.value. Another form, and let's update this card styling real quick so that the view button is all the way down here. That would be form card list. If we make this flags and card header is flags 1. Flags direction column. Okay, that looks better. Add like a dashboard link in the header. This is header inside UI components. So if we have session user, let's inside here add href that it would be view forms. And then button, I'm going to make a variant outline, and it would be dashboard. Yeah. Okay, if we go back to the select item instead of it being on change, I think apparently select is the only one that has this on value change. So if we do value and then the same function that we have, router push, path name, create query string, form, and then it should pick up the value directly. I'm going to remove this. Do select caching concept, the other form, you can see that the URL got updated and selected form ID 16. If we change this back, now it's 15, the ID of this one. It's time for the table here, and going to Tanstack Table documentation. I had an example open. I think basic should work for us, and inside source main folder, here is an example of a table. These are the columns and the data's the rows following up, and I think it also has this like search filters. I'm going to copy this whole thing and inside the results create a new file for table. We don't need this extra deployment. function table. We need to export that, and let's take a better look of what's going on. We also don't have index CSS. So first it defines the type of the person, and person is basically a collection of all the fields that person can have, and in this table it's used as the columns. So then what we have is actual data, so an array of this type person, and every element in the array has its first name, last name, age, visit, status, and other fields. So this is an easier example than what we have, because for us the fields are actually going to be the questions itself, and the submissions are going to be rows, and then each question would be matched to each answer would be matched to each question by the question ID. That's the unique identifier for us. All right, so then column helper. So this defines the columns. So it's just taking a person type and every field in this person. And then this defines how one should access each field using accessors. Accessor first name. So in this cell, we just get the value of it. And then this one also has footers, which we're not going to use. But footer is how it's going to search for the information. Then we have last name. So here, if you can notice the difference, that first name as a label is directly using the field as it defined. But we can also change that, and we can update the header to be whatever label we want it to show. Same thing for age, and the rest of the fields are pretty similar. So this, where it stores the data, it creates a new state, and it copies the default data array into the state. And I'm not sure why they're using this use reducer to re-render it. Finally, using the use react table hook, it's creating a table instance and it's passing the data in the object, then columns, and get core model, which is coming from React table. So if you create it just like in a basic HTML, you have a table, but in this case, this table is constructed using use React. You have a head that maps out this header groups, and it's going to display the columns, header, and the get context function. After that, we have a body where we take all the rows. Get visible cells is how we render the cells. And the footer, which we're not gonna use in this example. And oh, I see there's a button for re-render. That's what it's for. Also, I'm gonna move this. About the, one more thing at the top. I have to find this as use client, otherwise we're going to get an error because we're using things like hooks, use state hooks, and I think they're also for use React table using something that's only client component compatible. And for the fetching data, we're gonna have a server component on top of table component that's gonna fetch the data and pass it. And in the server component, we're going to get the questions and we're going to get the answers. So let's create that new file. I'll name it res_display. Here I'll import table, and on table let's save changes. And we need an action that's gonna get the form by ID, or we can, because this is a server component, directly define it here. So db from, we also need equals forms. As a props, only thing we need is a form ID. I'm gonna take form ID and constant form equals await db dot query dot forms. Oh, this has to be async. Find first equal statement forms dot id equals to form id, and then we want to get it with questions that comes with field options, because we would have to display the field option as well, and submissions. I guess getting submissions from answers would be, field options from answers would be easier. So if we can't find the form, actually return null. Let's just add a table here without passing the data yet to see what it's looking like, and import this into our page. Oh, and we have to pass form ID equals, it has to be number. So for this one, how we access once again is, yes, I have to pass the value. So how we define, how we access is once again search parameters, but this is a server component. So the way we access server component, the search parameters is inside the props here and in the page. So this is, I'm gonna update this, instead would be search, and this is, so type of this could be key and string, or just a string array. This is defining type based on what Next.js has. It's not something I'm writing. And what is the issue? Oh, it's not comma. So we'll take search parameters and and if there is no search parameters ID, then we by default pass the first ID of the first form, user forms dot ID. So we'll do a string because we're not going to have an array in there. So that's our table with the data, and now let's pass our data to the table, and we have to, for this one, kind of using infer select model and constructing our own types, because Drizzle doesn't provide nested types. Import infer select model, also import forms, answers, form submissions, and field options. So we have a type field option that is infer select model type of field options, type answer that is answer, and it also contains field option. Same thing for type question. Did we include questions table? Yeah, we need that. Because question has multiple field options. After that, so we have an answer with the form submission. It would be of type form submissions and with an answers table. We got that. And finally, for table props, we'll take in data, that would be form submissions, and for our columns, that's going to be a question array. I'm gonna remove this. We also don't need default data. Column helper, that would be a question. So let's remove all these fields, and I'm only going to leave the first one as an example. That would be ID, and we don't need the footer. So we would just get the ID of the row and display that. As for the data props, table props, data and add the columns. And defining this would be easier for us because eventually we have to add some dynamic columns in here. And what's the error here? We change. Display the ID of form. And pass the props from here. That would be form.submissions. Questions. So one small change, because answer might not have a field option. When we're defining here, we can make this optional and also accept the value of null. So now our types look good. Okay, so we passed the data, so now we can just close this out and focus on our tables component. I know we do have a lot of fields in here, but we did assess a lot of like nested items, and we could probably export some of those and share within like types file so we don't have to define them again. But the table format is kind of straightforward once you understand how the fields assignment works. So now we only have two columns. First one is just the ID. It's gonna start from 1 and then number every submission. And then we have form ID. So form ID for all of the submissions is 15, And that is correct because we have selected this form. And all of them should belong to this form. This is just an example of how we can show like a very simple value. But if we wanted to display dynamic values like we have in case of questions, so for example, this form is going to have different sets of questions, this form is going to have different sets of questions, so we can't use the same column definition for both tables. That's why what I'm going to do is, instead of displaying form ID, we don't actually need that. I'm going to take in props and columns, which, as you recall, we passed questions as columns, and I'm going to map them out. We'll have a question and an index, and we'll return. So we'll take column helper accessor, and inside the row we're gonna find the answer for that specific question on that column, and we're gonna display that answer. So and we're going to find if the question ID of the answer matches the question ID that we are currently on. What is this? And this accessor takes in 2 arguments. The second would be header. We're going to return question.text as a header. ID would be id.toString because by default our IDs are numbers. And for Vercel, let's just render the value. Let's just define expected 2 arguments. And ID would be that. So in results display, or let's say that there's a form that doesn't have any submissions, user just created a form. What we can do is if form submissions don't exist, we can just display no submissions on this form yet. If we take a look at our table, we're going to see that we have ID, we have questions here, and below the answers, I answered the same thing for all the submissions. That's why it's repetitive, but it actually denotes different submissions. And let's do a little bit of a styling. We also have a very long question name, so maybe we can make that cell a little bit smaller. So we have a table here. I'm going to add some margin at the top, and I'll wrap a table in another D where we're gonna add like a shadows and maybe a border as well. The class name, shadow, overflow, hidden, border. Let's do border color very light, gray 200, and rounded. And that's what it looks like. So if we had a styling on table, it actually doesn't get reflected. So instead we should do styling on the cells or like rows itself. So I can do class name here, border at the bottom. So that should update the border here. And for the table head, class name, text, let's keep it left and add some padding. So we have a little bit more space here. let's divide on Y, and divide would be color gray, 200. Once again, some padding, and for the data, same thing. Okay, so that's our like kind of basic but dynamic table. And I'll remove this results on just the text, placeholder text before we added this components. Landing page, so let's create one, and inside the public folder I added some images that we're going to be using, and it's going to be also on GitHub, so you can go ahead and download them. But these are like, for example, oh, I don't know why it's not displaying, like demo images. I just took like a screenshot, and the rest is like SVGs for other part. And on landing page we're gonna have a hero section, a feature section. So yeah, let's get started with that. Inside app, I'll create a separate folder for landing page. And index.tsx, I'll rename this component landing page. And at the top, let's import a form generator, like that button we're going to display in the hero section. Okay, let's save this like sample form, and I think our main part is page. So I know we were experimenting with some things here, but we don't need this anymore. So it doesn't have to be async forms. We have a page for that. Also for this, landing page, add that here. We have a header, that's great, and main class name, minimum height, flex column. Good. To the index page. So we have a landing page. Let's start adding content to it. So first I'll add a section for hero. And it will have a text, something like saying create your forms, like what is the application about, and in between we are going to have a break, so it's spread out on 2 lines. After that, we're adding a description. I'm gonna paste here the text that I came up with for the description. And this would be followed by form generator. Let's update the classes for this. We're gonna make the text bigger. Font would be bold, text center, tracking tighter. On larger screens, text is going to be 5XL. And then for even larger, 6XL. As for leading, let's do 6. All right, now regarding the paragraph following, I'm gonna set max width to 600. Some margin at the top, so we have space from the hero. Text would be centered. Also color, I'm gonna do a little bit lighter than it currently is. Some responsiveness. So we also wanna center this, so let's update in the section styling, make it flex direction column, item center, also justify center. For padding at the top, I'm gonna make a huge padding with full, but this one let's do 4 and then on larger screens. And for the background, in Tailwind, if you want to add the background, we can just pass the URL and then the path of the file, but take note that it should be coming from a public folder. That's where Next.js can read assets from. It's like a light opacity grid that we have here. And the grid itself I generated from this website. Let me know if you guys are interested, so you can pick different patterns, colors, and change the overall opacity so that your text, I guess, shows up. If you're writing text over it, shows up better. So I can share this link if you're interested. Also, I have a list of tools that I use, like for example, where I get my icons, all design assets, and all the other things collected in like a page. So I'll add the link in the description of the video as well, so check out. It will maybe help you to make your web development faster. And yes, so we're gonna fix this spacing here. But before that, I think we're not adding anything else to this section. So let's make, I don't want to have like this like cutoff in here. I want it to kind of slowly fade away. I think it will be better rather than us maybe creating a line or something. So that we can achieve with adding in another layer and using Tailwind class gradient. And you can do that here with full background would be gradient. So starting from top to bottom. And it would start from transparent and to white, so like have this fading away effect. And we set the height of this div, close the div. And as you can see, it kind of fades away here. Although it shouldn't have this padding, so let's check where it's coming from. Oh, it's a main class padding. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. I think I missed it. We have source inside app. Okay, great. So that was quick, and let's add another section that would be for showing off the features. I don't know why suddenly my brightness went to really low. Okay, So we have a section, we'll use h2 and it will say how it works. The features we are going to add in an ordered list, and the list items are going to be images with the text. So some bullet. So here's the list, and we'll also add images that I screenshotted and showed for the demos. It's going to be images app demo2.png. We should set width and height. They're square images, so I'm going to set them to same. Alt text would be update the form, class name, background white, padding for shadow small to like highlight the image because it might look like part of that section. Yep, let's save that. That's the first one. We have one for each one of them. Oh, sorry, this one was demo 1. So that's all the points we have. Let's display them side by side, and we'll add a grid to our unordered list container. Grid gap 4. Smaller screens, it would be 1 column, on medium screens, and on larger 3. Max width 5 pixel, text center. So we had the smaller one open, that's why I displayed it like that. And for now, let's update the list items itself. This one we're gonna make flags. Direction would also be column, items, and I'm gonna make it relative also because later on I'm gonna add an arrows, and then the arrow would be absolute, so that's why. And then this how it works for the section as well. Some margin at the top and big padding at the bottom. And I add an ID, so this would be features, this would be hero. I think the first one doesn't really need an ID, but still. And I'll copy the H1 class name, just modify a bit. Let's make it smaller. This is fine, we only have one line. And I want to add arrows from going from number 1 to 2 and then to 3, so it kind of shows like a flow, more smoother. And I'll add it inside list item and another image that would be of an arrow. Source equals to arrow.svg, and the width of this would be 125, height, alt text, arrow. And so class name, we have to make it absolute because it's kind of not inside the list item, it goes outside of it. Absolute in regards to list item. So for top, it would be on y-axis, it would be in the middle. Then from right, let's do 0. And transform, translate x like 50%, and negative, translate y also 50%. So something like that. And we'll take this and flip it on the other side. So from here to here for the other one. And to do that, turning around, we can use scale x -1 and rotate. So that's gonna turn and rotate 180 degrees, so the arrowhead is on the other side here. Now we are ready to move on to the payments, and for payment processing and subscriptions, we are going to be using Stripe. And the way it would work is that maybe we'll limit users to creating certain amount of forms for free. And after that, they would have to upgrade, have a subscription instead. Stripe does come with the package, which we're going to install. And from there, we're going to add like API keys. And also what we can do to incentivize users to upgrade their plan is have this indicator on the sidebar, which shows how many forms they have created and how many free forms they have left. So for that, let's first do that, and then we're gonna go to the Stripe, create the keys that we will need. I'll close this table related stuff, and we're gonna add this button in the navigation, so I will also create it in there. Let's name this up account so we'll need link for this, and if we go to never mind, and we need to count the user forms, so we're going to utilize the action that we created previously. We'll make this async and constant forms equals get user forms, and then let's do form count. It would just be the length of the forms. We can save somewhere, like maybe in utils file, how many forms we have. So export constant max free forms. I'm gonna do 3, but it's the constant, so changing this is pretty simple. Import the number from okay, so we have that, and let's calculate %. So it would be number of forms divided by max free forms and times 100. And then also later in the user scheme model, we're gonna add like if user is subscribed or not. We're gonna save that information when we create payments. So we'll not display this if they're already a subscribed user. And then let's do form count out of max free forms generated, and I'll do another one. href, let's do settings page. I'm gonna double check if that's what we named in the menu, and let's do underline. Upgrade your plan. Add this space. for unlimited forms inside the layout. So let's go where we have the layout of admin and import and here we also have justifying between, so it's gonna show up at the end of the page. And here we are. Let's create a progress bar so we can also show this component that could be reused. We can just create it directly in components. And it will only need one props, which would be the value. And that would be number. So we're gonna return two divs. One would be the full background, which we're gonna set it to gray. Another one would show how much progress is based on the value that it's passed. So let's do with full background gray. I'm gonna do 200. Also rounded full. Height, I'm gonna set it to 2.5. And that should be it for the outer div. And for the inner, we're gonna make the background primary. Same height. Rounded, and we need to add one more thing, which would be the style, and it would be width, and the percentage would be determined by the value. So if we take this in here, and we can add that above the text by passing the progress. So I have 2 out of 3. Oh, I did the value, but not the percent. Okay, so then it takes up 2/3 of the space. And let's add some paddings around this text and a margin. So not on the progress bar, but in here. Padding for margin bottom, or also for and small text. Actually, I'm gonna move this above all text. And there we have it. Going to Stripe in here, I will create inside developers API keys. Copy both of this publishable key and secret key that you see here. We're gonna put them in the environment variables. And the name of first one would be public. This is publishable key, so it's okay if we use it on the client side. I'm gonna paste my value here. And for Stripe secret key. But to note here, the name has to start with next public, otherwise the client side won't be able to read it. Let's save them. And this customer portal where they can change like their payment method with the subscriptions or upgrade their plan if they don't have any. And if you want to know in details how Stripe works, then you can check out the video I have about Stripe where I go into more details on the process, but to briefly overview, we will first Stripe creates a session. We do that using their module, and once we have the session, we submit the request using their pages like checkout, as you can see here. It sends a request to perform the payment, and then there's another API that needs to check if the payment has been processed. But it's not a direct like one API call, it's like 2 steps on the way. And to monitor the payment processing status, we use the webhook. So when the payment is done processing, then Stripe triggers the webhook. So in case of an e-commerce website, that's when you would start your shipment, for example, once you have that actual confirmation that it's been paid. And yeah, let's install their module. npm install, so adding 2 modules, Stripe.js and just Stripe. Let's add that, and inside our utils folder, we are going to create a new instance of Stripe that we're going to export into wherever we need. So import create Stripe that TypeScript, then import Stripe from here, export constant Stripe, because every time we need to pass in like keys, so it would be this.env Stripe secret key, and we need to check if it exists. If not, then empty string. And for in here we can give it an API version. Okay. Our first API, which would be checkout sessions. I'll create a new folder for Stripe, and then another folder for checkout session. Here we can add our route .ts. We need to import Stripe first from our library. We're also going to need auth to get the user ID. And that should be good for now. So this is what we're going to be doing. Create a session. Let's see if let's see like the Node.js version. So we load Stripe. This is what we did when we passed it the key, and then we call this function Stripe checkout sessions that create. I'm gonna copy this sample code. Success URL is where it will redirect to if the payment or like the checkout process was successful. Then we have price and quantity and also the mode. So these are some of the required parameters, and then there are some like customer email that we can add, and it's optional, and there's actually a bunch of others. So let's get the user ID first, export async function, and this would be a post request of type request. As for the price that we are going to pass from the body, so it would be quantity, we could pass this, but by default, let's make it 1 because we only have one product. And yes, that's it. Await request.json. Now constant user session. That equals to and user ID would be user session user and ID, and now it's type for the session. Change the mode here to be subscription. The payment was for one-time payment. Quantity, we're gonna pass that same thing for the price, and missing comma here. As for the customer, here you can see that customer reference ID, a unique streak to reference checkout session. This can be a customer ID, a cart ID. Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. So ID of an existing customer, we can pass that as a customer. User ID, maybe it's a separate, okay. As for the success page, the first part has to be our URL, so as we did in previous examples to fetch the base URL. I am going to use that. And let's do payment success. I also want to add payment method types to be card only. And once we're done with the session, we can return the session. So this would be session return new response JSON stringify. Let's get that session ID. And the status would be successful 200. Else we would return new response saying that it failed to create a session. Status can be 500. To be able to call this API from the client side, we'll be needing to implement Stripe from client as well. So for that, like creating the object, I'm also going to do it in this folder here, and let's name this Stripe TypeScript, and this will be set up. So this time we are importing from Stripe.js, and we are creating a new promise that's gonna load Stripe, and it's a promise because it returns, it's calling the Stripe API, so it doesn't return the response right away. And we're using our publishable key in this case, and that's it for this file. We can save it. We go to our upgrade your plan link. We can instead redirect this to open up a Stripe checkout page, but the problem would be there that this is a server component, and for Stripe client, we would be needing to create a client component, and so we can do it here. We have to create another component. So that's like one of the frustrations that people have with Next.js and then new model of this client and server components. Some might think it's redundant, some might think there's not clear patterns to follow. But I'd like to know what your opinion is. Let me know in the comments. And since I guess I'm using Next.js, I'm trying to find ways to learn most about it and how to best use it. So in this case, it would be a decision to be made to whether create a new link that would, I guess, have a client component with loading all this Stripe checkout, but then that would need user to click from here to another page again. So I think it's that to just directly redirect them from here. And that's why let's create a new component. Upgrade account. I'm running out of the name because I named this one this, but it's okay. We can create a new folder for sake of like keeping all subscription payment related things in the same folder, and new file for this would be subs. So it would just literally be a button that says upgrade your plan, and let's do class name underline like we have in its parent container. So this, as I mentioned, would be use client. We'll also import get Stripe and use session and sign in. We're gonna double check if the user is not signed in, then we would redirect them to page. And the use session, as you remember, inside a component that's wrapped in a session provider. So what we have to do is import a session provider here. I'm not sure if, although we can do that in a, oh, I have an idea. So as props, let's get user ID. That would be a string and also the price, not the ID. And import use router. So if user is not logged in, although they should be, we're gonna redirect them to the sign-in page. Handle checkout. This is going to be asynchronous and it would take in the price. And if there's no user ID, let's go to the login page. And now let's try creating a session. We are returning session from our API, so method post API Stripe checkout session. So we don't need to pass the user ID, just the price, because we're fetching the user ID then again over there. And after so this won't work. Let's console log just in case to make sure we're getting the session ID, and then create Stripe, get Stripe. And if Stripe exists, redirect to checkout, which then will take the session ID and pass to it. And all this will happen on handle checkout button, click equals handle checkout. Oh, I have to make a call to it and pass the price. Let's import subscribe button in here. That of this one, and we need to pass it price. Significantly worse over time, or maybe it's just me. Session user ID. We are looking for, so let's make this optional here because we're already checking if anything we're gonna redirect them to sign in. Next router was not mounted. Maybe I imported it from a wrong place. Yep, it should be navigation. Let's see if we get session ID first. Localhost API Stripe session. Oh, so actually not passing base URL works. I don't know why last time I tried. I think it was the version before this one. It didn't work for me. I'm talking about Next.js. And for the price ID, it should be, for the price itself, it should be the ID of the price, and that's part of. So if we go in this documentation, we are going to see how to add a product in the dashboard. So premium product, and then it's going to return us the price ID that we can use on our client side. AI form generator, start standard pricing, and let's do 19 USD monthly. Okay, so if we do save product, this is where the MRR term, I guess, comes from. If you guys have seen on Twitter, when people creating products post their monthly MRRs, a lot of the screenshots are from, I believe I should not have copied that. This is what I'm looking for. Are from Stripe. Okay, and that could be you after this tutorial. We can also maybe like store this in the database. Also, this is string. Let's see what the Stripe recommends is the best practice. Create a checkout session. I don't think it says much. User ID just yet, because the customer field is for existing Stripe customers, the ones that have used Stripe. So later on, before we add it to Stripe, we're also going to add subscriptions, but for now, let's just purely test Stripe integration. Here we are going to see that we're getting redirected to the checkout page. So it shows the name of our product here. Later on, you can also add an image and more about it, the price of the subscription, and here is the checkout form with the card information, and it should redirect to the success page. Let's create success page first and then test this checkout form and then redirection. Also see what a session looks like. And for this information, you don't have to actually use your card. There's like we are in testing mode now. So there's like a sample card numbers that we can use. Be adding these two fields to our customer. First would be Stripe customer ID, and that would be if the user has been a customer already, then we'll create ID, but that would be using Stripe. So we can pass that ID to Stripe, and later on when the payment is confirmed, we can update their subscription. So subscribed is the field that I'm going to use. Both of them are optional, and this would be Boolean. So now going here where we have user ID, we can check using this user, look it up in the DB and see if they have a field for a Stripe customer ID. But first, let's push our changes to DB. All right, and I'm going to import database here. We're also going to need equal from the Drizzle ORM since we're looking up the users, and a users table. here we can run the query. So first, if there is no user ID, we are not going to let the payment go through. And then this db users find first, and not the users, but query. Okay, and this would be an where condition. We pass it as an object. So if we have an user, create customer, and if user has a Stripe ID, then a customer ID already, then we're gonna use that one. So we'll set customer to user Stripe customer ID. If not, let's create a new customer using Stripe. To save the customer, that's the function that Stripe has customers create, and it takes in these fields that are defined by Stripe. We do have access to email, but that's about it. And if we do want to pass any custom data, for example, the ID is what we want to get back from Stripe response when the process the payment has been completed, to identify the user, right? But that one goes inside of metadata, and I believe they have a here set of key value pairs that you can attach to an object, and this can be used for storing additional information about an object in structured format. But if we try to add it as one of the fields, then we'll get an error. So okay, let's get into that. Just gonna copy this part, and let's prepare a customer data object. So if we don't have a Stripe ID, we are creating one, and that equals to and here we're going to add dbid, which would be user ID, not to confuse it with the other ID that Stripe is providing. And we can also pass an email, which we fetch here. It's a user email. Okay, so customer would equal to await Stripe create customer data. Oh, we have to define the type. So for the email, I'm going to make it optional or null. Oh, but I don't think we can pass. So let's skip the email, because only thing that we need to identify the user is ID itself. And we'll set this as ID. So this would go in the else statement. Fine, we can't pass it as the field, so we're just gonna make it equal to an object that has a field of ID and user Stripe customer ID. Okay, and then here this returns an ID, so we can do response is equal to await Stripe customers create, and then customer equals to response.id. All right, and let's .id. Okay. Passing this customer ID to the Stripe, we can also store that in our database. So await db update. This is, I think, first time we're using update from Drizzle user, so it would be set. Only field we are changing is Stripe customer ID. They're not subscribed yet. That would be just customer ID. And the where field, which would be users.id equals to user ID. Okay, let's save this. Now I'm gonna go back, try to check out again. Okay, let's see if this got updated. And here we have the customer ID. Great, now let's create the success page. As I mentioned, I'm gonna make it look very similar to when user publishes a form, we have a success page there. When user submits the form, it's inside form ID. And here we have it. And the Stripe URL is payment success, so let's and we'll also, we can add like a link to the dashboard. Has been updated. Link href, this would be view forms. Go to the dashboard. Let's do this one underline. To create more forms. Okay, test payment methods. Let's see. Card information. This should be 3 number and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it got submitted and we do see this success page. Final part of setting up payments is to create this webhook endpoint for the Stripe. So in case an event changes, Stripe will ping this endpoint and tell us like information about the event. For example, subscription canceled, it failed, it was created, confirmed, or there's like a list that it provides. And these are the examples. And then once we create the endpoint, we have to go in the Stripe dashboard and pass the URL to it. And then for your production URL, but obviously for localhost, it can't call localhost. It's just localhost is running on our machine. So for that, we're gonna like listen to it instead to test it out just locally. And here's like a sample code of what's going on. So you define the URL and taking request, get the body, and there's we should check if it has a secret defined and taking the signature. Then using this Stripe webhooks, we construct an event and taking read the event based on what is it, provide logic to it. So Yeah, let's go ahead and create this inside API folder. I'm going to do inside Stripe, new file webhook, new folder first, and new file route the TypeScript. So I'll import stripes. We might need some types from them. Also our instance of Stripe. Export async function. This would be a post request. There's some sample code that GitHub Copilot provided and is actually does give us a head start. The webhook, we can fetch it by going back to the Stripe dashboard in developers and then webhooks tab. Here we can add endpoint. Also, you can do this when deploying the application, because here endpoint URL would be our deployment Vercel app. This is just sample, we have to update it later. But the path would be API Stripe webhook. For the events, you can select specific events or all of them. So let's do all the check count related. And a subscription. All right, that should be it. And we reveal the signing key. We're gonna copy that. Webhook secret. Let's add that. And I'll paste my values. So let's say if we don't have a process env Stripe webhook, we're gonna throw error, and it would be this message right here. All the events that we're going to add a logic to in here, that would be relevant events, new set, checkout session completed. We can also do customer subscription deleted and created. And so for the two events, if the subscription has been created, we're gonna mark user as subscribed. If it's been deleted, we're gonna change the user's field on the users table to false. And for that, we can define actions. I'm going to do new file user subscriptions for all the subscription user related stuff. And import users from the schema, also equal from Drizzle, and we don't need Stripe on this one. So create subscription, and we need to take in user ID, and that would be of type number. Update. Users, we are going to set subscribed to true. Oh, ID, we're using text, right? Okay. And there will be another one similar to this, but this time it would be delete subscription. We're gonna mark that as true. Let's save that. And we can create subscription, delete subscription from app actions. And then also if the signature is correct, we return null. That's for safety reasons. And let's check if event type matches the events that we want to take action on. Wait, create a subscription, and we would be getting user ID from data object, and let's first data so Stripe is returning our customer information, right? So we're gonna define this is Stripe.product. And this would be data.customer break. Oh, not product, the subscription. Customer, that is a string, okay. String is not assignable. The word case. Okay, let's add another case for deleted. This would be delete subscription, and default, if we don't have the list event in the list to handle, then we're not gonna do anything about it. And return received true. Where am I missing? Probably here. Okay, let's save that. He's already subscribed, so we're gonna update the code so this won't show up, but they want to change subscription. We're going to add that functionality inside settings here, and that would be tied also. We're gonna use Stripe's create this like portal function. It takes the ID of an existing customer, which we can look up in our users table. We have access to the session. And yeah, so that would be in the API. I'm going to go back to our API folder where we have this Stripe folder, and let's do create portal, new file, route.ts. We need auth, we need DB, users table, also Stripe. that should be, I think that's it for now. Post request, then we look up a user. So we get back session. Session.user.id. If we don't have a user ID, we're going to return new response. And we can send the error message. If not, let's get the user from database. So that would be db.query users find first, where and equals users ID to user ID. Okay. Let's check also if user exists. So if not, constant stripe customer ID equals to this. And let's say we don't have this created either, because there's a chance that they never, I guess, clicked checkout, and then the first time they're just clicking on settings they want to update. So in that case, we have to do the same thing we did here, which would be when we look up the user, we create a customer, and if not, we take it back from and create and then we get the response from this, calling this function here. We pass the ID of the customer as well as a return URL. That would be actually, let's take this base URL if we are on localhost. Then we are going to use localhost URL, and instead of account, we have settings page. So after this is done, return response, JSON.stringify URL, and status 200. Create a settings page. I'm just going to create directly page in here, and let's make this use client, because we're going to have a button for subscription that we're gonna make an API call to the API we just made for create portal, and once we get the URL, we're gonna redirect user to the URL. So we'll need use router from next navigation, and we'll also add a button from components and use session just to display like session information to the user above the button. All right. Let's make sure our navigation link is correct. And I'm gonna move settings to admin. Because we want to display it into for it to have the layout as well. And actually, let's make the button, let's create the button separately. And for this one, we are just going to leave it as a server component. So it would be async. So if we don't have a session, we're going to redirect them to sign in, and let's create a new file for manage subscription. Import use router from and a button. As a props, we'll be needing user ID, that is a string. Let's destructure that. Actually, we don't need user ID. Change your subscription equals to use router. Let's save this. First, I'm gonna import this button here. Get the user account information if they're subscribed or not. Users find first. And equal. Okay. And the plan would be user.subscribed. Then we have premium, if not free. So let's add that. So add a header. Let's navigate to the setting page. I forgot to add use client here. Let's just add a larger text bar and some padding. Maybe a border and rounded. Okay, going back here, let's create a function that will redirect to customer portal. It would be an async function. So let's say constant response await fetch API Stripe. Then we have create portal. It's a method post content application JSON stringify. We don't need to pass any data here. I'm going to remove the body. And a catch statement. All right. Try. Then we do router.push URL, add as onClick. Let's test it out. We can't create portal session until we save the settings. So going to this link with activate test link. Cancellation. So we allow users to cancel. Let's do immediately and save changes. Also subscriptions, we are gonna allow users to switch their subscriptions. Cancellations, this we select which plan, and let's do, so payment method is turned on. This returning object here from response is an object and it contains URL. So let's push to that instead and change your subscription. Now we get redirected to this page built by Stripe. I subscribed twice, so I can cancel the plan. There's even a feedback at the end of it. Great. So I'm going to cancel this one too. And I'm going to go back. Now let's upgrade the plan. Subscribe. Alright, this should trigger a webhook. So event checkout session was completed, and you can see that there is one pending webhook where Stripe is still calling our API, but because we haven't deployed, there isn't a way for it to call it unless we set up Stripe CLI, a homebrew setup. Then you can run. If not, you can follow this link on learning how to set up. It's very inconvenient to install like packages globally. I also use that, so I'm gonna copy this command, and anywhere in my terminal, if I paste it, it will start setting up for me, downloading that for me, and then we would have to log in into the CLI, or maybe API key would be easier instead of logging in with an account. So I'm gonna try that. But first we need to let it finish downloading, otherwise this command Stripe wouldn't work in the terminal, and it will ask you if you want to give access to the CLI, and once you click yes, then you can use the CLI. Using this listen, forward the webhook event to our local host. So I'm gonna run listen to, and we're going to copy our local host, API Stripe webhook. Oh, one thing, instead of user ID, I replaced everywhere with Stripe customer ID because that's what we have access to from when Stripe sends us a request. So in this functions, we're gonna pass Stripe customer ID as well. The rest remains the same. Currently, the secret that it outputs in the terminal, it's only for the session from localhost while you're listening. So I added another variable, so this would be only for localhost, and I changed in the webhook Stripe localhost, and then we are gonna revert it back to like just webhook local for deployment. And now when I added, so before I was getting 500 errors saying that signature is not matching, but now we got the status 200, so it was Stripe was able to send and communicate with our API successfully. And if we go to events, let's do change your subscription. There's one webhook that's pending. So if we go to terminal, we're going to see that I also added a console log of data coming in from Stripe. And in this data, I get back the customer ID. So that's great. I'm also going to do, just in case, now I am going to subscribe, and I did see that we received the event type, checkout session completed. We're waiting for the customer subscription created, and then creating subscription, so use a subscription function kicked in. And if we go to Drizzle reload, we can see that subscribed is set to true. So great, this is all working. Since we tested locally the webhooks, I'm going to remove this console logs and update the URL. We should get ready for deployment. Okay, let's hide this button if user is subscribed. Form generated After index, we have use session. Let's create a new action inside. So this could be get user subscription. User ID is what we have access to in our Next-auth session, which is string. And no, we are not selecting. db use dot query dot users. And let's do constant user equals to and return if user is subscribed or not. Not the form generator, but this one, which is in layout. And here we can import get user subscriptions. So let's okay, so now since I'm subscribed, it's not gonna show up here. And we need to also disable this if the user is not subscribed. There is a client component, we can put it inside, and we need it to be client component. We'll put it inside a server component that fetches the user subscription data. And displays it accordingly. So we can do new file. Thing as a props, it takes in children. Let's import get user subscription. So first session, get subscription. And then if subscription exists, then we can display the children, meaning we're gonna let users to create forms. Okay, that was interesting. So then if we also need to check if user is under 3 forms, then it's fine for them to create a check. How many forms have they created? So forms user ID equals to user ID, and this would be count. So if this is less than max free forms, return children, else we can return disabled button and upgrade to create more forms. Let's add an icon here as well, maybe a lock one. We'll see the React. Height for margin right 2. And the plus sign on the generate form. Form generator, index. Now it is time for the deployment, and we'll be using Vercel to deploy our project. And what I did is that you can add your code on GitHub, and then you can add new project and select your Git repository. So it's gonna fetch, logged in with my GitHub account, and it will fetch my repositories. Then I'm gonna select that one that I want to import, change the name, make sure that framework preset is set to Next.js, since that is the framework that we are using. And before the deployment, the step is to add environment variables. Because we haven't committed them to GitHub, these are saved on .env file. So we can go to .env file and start copying all the environment variables we have. But the ones we would have to update would be Google Client ID, Google Client Secret, because the client ID and secret that we created, the callback functions for them is a localhost URL. So once we deploy, and then you paste your value here and get the URL, we're going to take that and create a new client ID and secret. And also we'll use the URL to add a next public URL. So just paste all the environment variables besides the Google ones and the public URL. Are the keys that I have right now. And for the database, I do recommend having a separate databases, one if you're going to be adding any features in the future, one for production, one for development, because just in case, let's say you update a schema that might delete some tables accidentally, and that happens in production, you want to avoid that. While that is deploying, I'm going to go back to Google Cloud and go to the project where I will create a new credentials. And this would be, once again, auth client ID. Alright. And before that, we're going to paste the deployment URL here. Right, our application is ready. We can see a sneak peek here, and let's instant previews. I don't see the link. Let's continue to dashboard. Here is our domain. So I'm going to copy that, paste before this API auth callback URL, and let's add back to settings, environment variables. We'll paste the client ID, the secret we just generated. So this is what I have, and final one would be the domain of the deployment, which I'll paste it here, and the name would be next public base URL. Let's save that. Now, since this was deployed with the previous set of environment variables and we added them, we can always go here, see the deployment, see their status, and click redeploy. And it's going to tell us that the source code is the same, but we have new configurations, so we need those here. Without our production instance, I'm going to sign in here, go to the dashboard, there are my forms, then we have a results page, and finally settings. And in terms of analytics, there's an option that you can enable web analytics inside Vercel. It would give you information about traffic, number of visitors, or if you want a more, I guess, comprehensive solution, I was planning to try this one out for this project. The reason that I picked Plausible over, I guess, maybe Google Analytics is because they're open source, and let's say if you wanted to host it using your own infrastructure and manage it, you're free to take their code and do so. They have a lot of also good reviews, but they are this is what the pricing is looking like if you're interested in that, and they do offer a 30-day free trial, which is what I'm going to try. Setup, I'm going to add a domain here. So it does provide this script, but it does also have a Next.js separate module, which is going to work better with Next.js. Let's go ahead and find that one here. Okay. We need to install Next Plausible. npm install. So I wonder if the domain is required to pass. Okay. This is their documentation on GitHub, the Next Plausible package. We're using app directory. We can add this in a root layout. Which is in the app folder. So I'm going to copy this, and it goes inside the head. So I'll copy this whole thing. We are gonna extract this, save it as a environment variable so you guys can easily modify. Let's name it Plausible domain, and then this layout is a server component, so we don't need to add next public in front of it, I would say, or like this. I'll copy that one. That equals to this one right here, because in their script, let's see, settings, that's what they show. So it's like the generator. We can copy this and create a hook for that one. And we'll throw it inside the button click. Create form. So this is a good way to collect data. For example, if you collect the views on your page and you see that a lot of people click on the button, but then they don't actually generate the survey, then you know that you have to optimize something instead of from a pop-up. Or if, let's say, they don't click this button at all, then you know they have to work more on modifying your landing page. Anyways, we first have to commit this, redeploy, and then we can try this out. Well, I push my changes, also adding this in environment variables on the Vercel. Save it, reload this page. You guys can see that I did have one visitor. Let's see if it... So now it's 2 page views and custom events. I believe we can set up, the cool thing is about you can set up goals and then put your number, desired number, and like track. So let's add the goal, custom event, create form, add goal. All the way down, we're going to see the goal, how many times we had like conversion. In this case, I just clicked create form once. So that gives us this number. Wraps up the analytics piece, and don't forget to update your endpoint URL for Stripe webhook with your deployment URL. So if you go to the developers dashboard inside webhooks, click on the edit URL. Final update that we're doing, we can go to the settings, update details, and this was just a placeholder that I put before to show the setup. So I'm going to paste the domain URL for our Vercel deployment, and then this path would remain the same. And with that change, we have come to the end of tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it and it was helpful. I know compared to my other tutorials, this was a long one, but if you liked it and if there was something new that you learned, I'd love to hear what was the topic that you discovered in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching.